Right. Right. What to?
People, where are you? We are alive. Come on, join us.
They will come. They will come.
Let's go. They will come. Here we go.
They will come very soon. Yep. Now they're starting to pile up. Hello, everybody. Oh, yep. People are here. Hello.
Hello, hello. Yeah. Nice. So we're getting closer to the driver stop. Now I'm gonna prepare that in the background for you as well, so you can finish stint number 3. Then Luigi, go on.
Right. So we were before the Jaeger entered the part 1 stream. We were looking at the battle between P5, P6, P4 here, which is still ongoing right now because again, Jakey is currently chasing down P5 and 4. It's hard to drive away. It's hard to look away from this battle here because obviously, you know, the gap's being that close. I don't know how I should not switch, but otherwise I'm just gonna pay focus. But that gap should close down very, very fast. Jakey's putting in very, very quick lap times. He's putting in 0-0s as compared to Italia right now. It's 0-1s. And I think Italia has just got to hold on. There's only about 10 or so laps for him, and I think if he can hold on and get P5, maybe even P4 if Valsalenza makes a mistake, or if he can outpace Valsalenza, which he right now, looking at the pace which Italia has right now, he is doing that. He is doing a job where RTR is asking, where he's outpacing Valsalenza quite a lot, surprisingly enough. It looks good. So it looks good for RTR, and P4 will be insane. Also, Valsalenza still hanging on against Snowman Finn, but I think with that drop off that the cars do have, with the two stoppers, with what the two stoppers have, it's gonna be hard for Valsalenza to keep up, or any of these two stoppers like the two stoppers like Jakey, Italia, or Valsalenza. Of driving team laps yet. Currently, I think currently in this pack, these guys have not been on the same lap as P8, so they've been lapped, I believe, twice, if I'm not wrong. Not twice, but they've been lapped about 3 or 2 times. What is happening to car 44? Car 44 right now, Ian, is out of the running because they have disconnected. So Evo's disconnected, and that's what's caused them to be out of the running for stint 3. So they will be definitely. I believe they should be back for stint 4 if I'm not wrong. But looking at it right now, it's not great, and that's definitely put them out of the running for P1 and P2 here. They're definitely not going to be on the lead lap. Don't know what the disconnect rejoin time is, but They might even be, let's say, I think they're definitely going to be on the same lap as GTFR, but I'm a bit in doubt if they are going to come out behind them. I think they should be at least ahead of them, but it's hard to say for sure. We're only going to have to find out next stint, obviously. And like I said, the drop-off for these two stoppers is happening because GTFR is not picking up the pace with the Corvette, with the three-stopper, and Valsalenta losing a little bit more time. And I should also say, Jakey now completely on the back of P5. So now completely in the back of RTR. So I just now going into sector 2. I don't want to. Just gonna stay on this battle for a bit. I'm gonna go on board with Jakey here. So going into sector 2, you can see how tight, you can see how narrow, and you can see how, well, scary it is really. And going into there, it just loses a bit of time going into there. It's important that you stay on the throttle and stay mostly 75% or even full on the throttle going into the downhill section. Hard braking, very scary again. Do not oversteer the car and crash into the wall. And then now you transition into sector 3. Now it's important to you that you get a good run out of this corner here. And Jakey does get a good run, and that's closed up the gap by a bit. Gap is now 3.4, 3.3, 3.1, 3.7, 2.7, and now that is very, very close. I think he's going to go side by side right before his right-hander, and ooh, a little bit of, almost made contact there, but he's able to get that overtake done right before the braking zone, and he's able to make that overtake right before the braking zone, and he's got P5 there. One down, now it's up to Jakey to chase down ORT. One down and one more to go with ORT and P4. And currently, as it looks like, Jakey is now outpacing ORT as well when it goes to this perspective. So it's going to be interesting to see if so now let's see if Jakey could get Valsalenta here. Just going to quickly see if there's any battles going on between some of these guys here. There could be a potential battle here going on between P8 and P7, which is the RS racing car in last minute. There's not a lot going on at the back. Ando's currently just 7.6 seconds behind EX Royale, but he's not being able to close that gap down as much. A bit inconsistent, but also somewhat consistent lap times for Ando, and he's doing just the job S7R asked him to do. Nuke doing again decent lap times, and it's pretty consistent, and now I think he's on the 2-stopper, and now he's just doing lap after lap of what he can do, and I think his job is just to get the car home and put it into safe position for all the others now. Redacted in not redacted, sorry, but official AHR. The 201s currently again. I think he's a bit quicker than Nuke in this retrospect, and AHR was I think last, and they've made up the position against JP. JP not having fastest stint, obviously, but he's doing laps, and I think that's all he can do at this scenario, and he can just give it to the next guy in the stint, and that's going to be it. Alright, back to this battle here. So again, that gap is closing down rapidly. 1.8 is now the gap between Jakey and Valsalenta. So now it's going to be interesting to see if Jakey or Valsalenta could which one of these drivers could get out on top in this battle here. Obviously, again, the gap is closing down a lot. 1.4 is the gap now, I think that gap could definitely be under a second, about 2 laps or 3 laps time, to say for sure. Might be even lower if Valsa makes a mistake here or two. Obviously, I don't want to jinx him here. But he's doing a pretty clean job, and I don't think there's nothing else he could do. Right now, it's just about spectating this gap here. I'm also gonna go into the lead with the lead cars here, cars that are on the lead lap. 31.7, and the gap was about 38 or so. And you can see the difference in terms of lap times of what Dino is doing compared to Grego with that tire drop off in comparison. Obviously, these two guys have been a bit similar, you could say, in this aspect in terms of lap times and what they could do with their lap times and with the car they've been given. And you can see that drop off with the tires effect in effect in compared to that three stopper. How many teams have had disconnect for? I think if I remember correctly, there was 2 disconnects in stint 2, 1 disconnect in stint 3, and then if you could count, I think there was 1 team that was not in stint 1. So yeah, about 4 or so. But the stint 1 was because I think that team did not make the grid at the start, unfortunately. So it was, yeah, you could say 3 or 4. Yeah, they were P3, and they just disconnected. I think it was like only 5 or so laps ago that IRO disconnected, and yeah, nothing much to it. Now I think Jakey's now again. Like I said, that gap should be under a second going into the next lap, and it is under a second going in. So I think it's definitely not out of the question for Jakey to get P4 here, considering where he started at the start of the stint. I think he started, P8, P7 at the start of the stint, Jakey, and now he's made up about he's pretty much right at the back of Valsalenta and could get P4 here. Yeah, I hope we get no more disconnects as well. Disconnects is... Ooh! Jakey gets a bit out of momentum there. That's not what he wanted. Ay. Jakey out of momentum on the final corner, and that final corner really catches you out. Especially on the grass there. It's not... You can see how much he's pushing, and that is not great. But he has to pick himself up, and he has to close that gap again. Yeah, like I was saying, disconnect is not the greatest thing to happen when it comes to this aspect of sim racing, and unfortunately, I think this is just a part of what happens, and you know, it's just what happens, you know, and it can happen to any team. It's not, you know, there's not much drivers could do about it. No matter the connection, obviously, and no matter who hosts the lobby, you obviously still always gonna see at least one disconnect, or especially after like 2 hours or 3 hours of racing. So I mean, yeah, I mean it is what it is in this aspect, because there's not much you can do about it, and yeah. Alright. Right now, I'm just paying attention to P back row of the grid right now. There's not much that's going on right now. I think it's just a matter of them finishing their laps. Doesn't look like this. I don't think there's much of a battle going on between P8 and P7 here. Both cars GTRs, Last Minute Racing and RX Racing, keeping their pace. They have pretty decent pace, and yeah, I think obviously I think the RX Racing car is going for a 2-stopper as compared to the Last Minute car, which is doing a 3-stopper switch. So I think in about a few, so I think it's not going to be a battle there. Let's have let me keep paying attention to this battle here. Yeah, like you said, Ian, 6 hours left. There's still 6 hours left in this race, and there's literally anything that could happen in this aspect. You never know. You never know. This all this drama happened in the first 6 hours. Imagine the next 6. You know, disconnects, crashes. You never know. You just never know. Obviously, I hope for nothing for that. I hope none of those things happen to any of these guys here. It will be. I know how it feels like when you have such an incident happen to you. It's just yeah. Right now, 9 seconds gap. Currently, looks like Jakey's not been able to do that momentum right. I think ORT is going to be able to run away with it. So let me go into this here. I'm just gonna go in and see the leader. They're gonna be entering their final lap. And this is gonna be the final lap for Dyno. Now, and they will be entering the pit lane to give the next guy his chance to drive in the next stint. 229 off the lead, yeah. So I think 229 off the lead should be right ahead of GTFR, definitely. That does not put them on the lead lap. ERA will not be on the lead lap. However, ERA will be about a lap down, and I think it should easily be like a minute. It should be easily a minute ahead of GTFR. So they are going to be in no man's land when they come out in stint 4. I think it's just a matter of time before your race leader, Loose Moose Racing, are now going to be entering into the pit lane to hand off to give the car to the next driver on the next driver swap. So they have done an astonishing job. I should comment on that. They will be handing it off. I wonder who's on the next stint, but it's not before. I can't see that, unfortunately. But in they go. They're gonna go into the pit lane, hand the car off. Yep, in they go, and they're going to be handing off the car. And now also Sector 7 Esports go in. A tremendous effort and incredible job by them to be able to close that gap down against Loose Racing this entire stint. 3-star, but pretty much working to their benefit there, and that's amazing for them. Snowman Finn, GTFR now P3 here. Obviously, when it should be Esports Race Asylum coming out next, because they are again they have disconnected, but it should be now Snowman Finn in the GT Finland racing car to come out. It'll take about one lap, or it'll take about one more lap for them to handle the driver swap. So it's going to be, so again, both of these guys on the lead lap, they'll be good to go for the next stint 4. It's going to take a little bit, it's going to take just 2 minutes more for these guys to come in. You can look at the gaps here. Right. Now GTFR on the final, or should be approaching the final sector now, and they will be able to hand off the car to the next driver on the driver swap. See that come into effect. So they will come into the pit lane, handing off the car, and they've done a great job, Justin, and nothing more I could say about it. ORT also, good job to pick themselves up from that damage they got midway through the stint, and they have done exactly the job they needed to. P4 for them, P5 for Grid Life, getting a lot of positions. They can just hand the car off to the next car driver. Jakey should have the car off the next driver. Same case for Italia. You can hand the car off next driver, and yeah, great job by these guys here. So it will be last minute racing.
So, all right. So after that, 2 drivers pitting, we will be switching over to stint number 4 with DJ ProHawk on the comms. So I say thank you, Luki, for covering stint number 3 for all of us. And then we go racing full screen in stint number 4. We also saw that the eSport Race Asylum team got released still in P3 for that lobby. So let's bring it on full screen with DJ.
All right. Thank you very much, Jaeger, and welcome everyone to stint 4 of the 12 hours of Bathurst. I'm DJ Brohawk. Happy to be alongside my friend and AHR teammate, Slide Rules, aka Wayne. Brother, you drove stint 1 this morning. Tell me about it. How, it was full of awesome drivers. I don't think you had done Stint 1 before. What is it like going out there and being the first one out there?
Terrifying, especially against people like Hizal and co. Watching them disappear off into the distance is like, can I go home now? Where's my truck? But it was fun. It's fun.
You know, there is something to be said about being willing to go out there first, no matter what. So, real quick, before we get too involved in that, we have a battle going on for P5. Thankfully, despite the fact that we are over 6 hours into this race, we have some close racing. So, we have Team ORT and believe that is Race Asylum. That is certainly one of Race Asylum's drivers. That is Grid Life, I believe. Yeah. So we have Grid Life versus ORT. Stint 4 just getting started, less than a half second separating the two. That's got to be nerve-wracking. You know, the thing with me, Wayne, when I'm in these endurance races is I really love clean track. I like to settle in and just get some laps under me, get the nerves out, but these two, they do not get that luxury.
I had a massive luxury of 2 hours of clean track. Yeah. I couldn't have thought of anything more terrifying than actually having someone tailgate me up that mountain, or me tailgating somebody up the mountain. Just one lapse of concentration, looking at the timing, whatever.
Yeah, that's on this track especially. I couldn't handle it. I think when I drove this race last year, my stint was completely clean track for 2 hours, and it was really nice. King Ear's getting a little bit wobbly coming over the mountain. That is, as you know and as we know, this track is brutal.
That's got to be the dirty air.
It could very well be. I think
dirty little air.
Dirty little air.
Just to explain to some of our viewers that are not in, when you're following this close behind the car, it's very difficult to drive the car behind, because the air from the car ahead is unsettling the car behind. Ergo, it's a lot harder. So this is probably why we're seeing King is wobble all over the place over the mountain. As I said, I'm so grateful for my 2 hours of a country drive in Australia.
Yeah, definitely. And with as big as the rear wings are in this car, there's a lot of wash that comes off the rear end. Let's have a quick look through the grid. I think, well, I don't know if I want to leave this battle or not quite yet. It's very close. The BMW and its big turbo and the Lexus and its low-end torque definitely make for two contrasting styles here. Azorian is defending it. To be fair, this is one of those situations where, Wayne, if you feel like you're a little bit faster than the guy in front of you, or behind you rather, you do not want to give that position up, because then you'll feel like you get stuck behind him. Oh.
No, you don't, and you don't want to really take any chances over the mountain.
This is wild. These two are crazier than I would be here. That's especially with so much time to go at the beginning of a stint. King Ears probably feels like he's being held up a little bit by Azorian, and Azorian, of course, doesn't want to give up the spot, because if King Ears makes a mistake, then it could either collect him or he might be able to get away. Whew.
Well,
Don't leave it, he says.
Is it not a racing driver's job to hold up the person behind?
That is true. That's a viable strategy, as long as you do it sensibly.
Oh, yeah. Within the spirit of the rules, of course, but you know.
Oh, and you know what? We have a pit from E2 already. Oh, and they have rear bumper damage. Don't think we'll be able to see how that came about. We're going to go back to our favorite battle here between Azorian and King Ears. Less than a second separates them. Really unfortunate for P2 to get damage like that this early on in a stint. That can really throw your strategy off. I mean, that's a time loss of at least 15 seconds just from the pit by itself.
Well, I'm not going to dwell on my stint or anything, but I put it in the wall on the first lap.
Fortunately, I was asleep and didn't watch that.
Well, I was rope-a-dope by someone. I thought they were there. They wasn't there, and the wall was.
Ah.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
So, It was I reacted to nothing and hit the wall.
I've done that more times than I could count, brother. So, yeah, it's really hard to leave this battle at this point. I think pretty much everyone, if we quickly go down the grid, everyone is well on their way. We do have a blue
We would
flag.
be remiss to not have a look at Mr. Jack, though.
Of course, our AHR teammate Jack, who was putting in some absolutely blazing practice lap times before this stint started. We'll see if he can chase down P12, only about 15 seconds away, but for now, Wayne, we have to do our due diligence as broadcasters and stick with the battle that we have. This would be definitely for the car in front. I don't know about the car behind, but the car in front, I would be a nervous wreck.
Azorian there just taking a bit of liberty with the grass, and the grass took liberty with him.
I think somebody said they had changed the way GT works and that 2 tires off the track is not dirty tires anymore, or at least it's not as bad as it used to be. So a little bit of
I think there was some rumors going around that if you put 2 tires on the white line or something, it made the tires dirty, and then some people were saying no, it's not the case, and other people were saying yes, it's Gran Turismo. You could sit for hours and debate over what is and isn't.
That is very true. Azorian pulling a little bit of a gap now on King Ears. The beauty of video games, right? Like, there's no debate if you put a real car on the grass, what's going to happen.
let's just say that as far as his tyre went on the grass, that tyre was dirty once he'd done that.
Yeah. McNaughty says recovery time is quicker. White lines make him dirty, allegedly. A 2-minute .4 for Azorian in the BMW. That's a pretty good time for the M6. Nick currently with the fastest lap at almost an exact 2-minute flat. I'm sure we'll see that one go down as the stint goes on. Man. I'd be sweating like nobody's business. I do not, and I'm sure this is a common theme among tail lap after lap after lap. That is about 10 times as stressful, knowing that if you screw up and you get damaged, you've completely screwed everything up for your team.
But the thing is, you do it day after, or not day after day, but race after race. We do it day after day on the computer, and you kind of get used to it. You know, you kind of learn to just do what you're doing. Look ahead, know he's there, know where he is, know what he's doing, but don't let it rule your life, so to speak.
It is true. I think it's a little bit harder for those of us that don't use bumper cam because we don't have the mirror. So, you know, for me, and I know you use the same view that I do, bonnet cam as you call it over there.
Bonnet cam, eh?
Oh, here we go. We have a move. Oh,
we have a move. Oh, we almost had a move.
We almost had a move. He was thinking about it. Let's go have another look at that in a moment. Let's see if maybe King Ears goes
DJ,
for
let's watch that again in replay.
Yeah. See if he goes for a move here. Nope. See if we can catch it. Nope, we got a little bit of the side-by-side through there, but no.
Damn you, GT limited replay option.
Well, maybe someday we'll get the whole Black Magic set up in here that only costs about $10,000.
Polyphony Digital, if you're listening, can we have endurance races supported, please? Thank you very much. Cheers.
I would love it. I would love it. I don't remember the buttons. Turns out E was not the button. E is something else, so we're going to go back.
Well, while you figure out the buttons, I'm going to shout out my 2 friends, Sandy and Damien, who are not Gran Turismo players, but are watch a lot of these races with us. Lurk in the background, really interested in this. So Hi, you two. Hello.
Well, shout out Sandy
so
and
that's
Damien.
that done.
Appreciate
Yeah.
that. We appreciate everybody. This is
Everybody that wants
everybody
to sit and
that
watch.
watches and puts this on and races.
Well, because to some people this might seem like the most uninteresting thing in the world. You've really got to. There you go. I see you, Sandy.
The text message came in. We heard it live on stream.
She says hi, you guys. Brilliant.
Love it.
So so like it could seem. I mean, I've had partners myself who just sit there and just their eyes glaze over the minute you start talking about. You know, you can literally see your relationship dying in front of you. But it is interesting to some of us.
You know what? It's one of those things where when you do this enough, and it's the same for me and ballroom dancing, which, you know, for those that don't know, I'm a competitive dancer. You put so much effort. Jazz hands. You put in so much effort into this. It's just, you kind of gain this mutual respect for the entire thing. And so if you have something else in your life that you put in a lot of effort, and you also recognize that these people put in a lot of time and effort into their craft and into racing and whatnot, it's just, you can kind of watch it with that kind of appreciation. And so anyway, so it looked like the gap to King Ears has widened a little bit. Now, Wayne, we were talking about this earlier. Azorian defending P5 here. It looks like he's starting to pull away from King Ears a little bit. This is why you would defend your position in this situation. If you felt like you were a little faster than the car behind, and it looks like that's proving to be the case, King Ears really struggling on this lap going up the mountain.
Has he got that? No, he hasn't got any damage.
Nope, no damage. Tire wear.
It must be
about the same.
He must have wobbled somewhere.
Either that or Azorian's picked up the pace. King Ears is only a 10th off his personal best. It's possible that Azorian's purple. I know we haven't seen it yet, but for King Ears to only be a 10th off, purple on the BMW would be quite impressive.
No, go back to King Ears.
He's crashed. He's crashed. Good eye. Let's go back and see what happened. Coming down the mountain, and maybe something happened and he just lost the flow of it. Let's see what happened. We talked about the low-end torque of this Lexus. Yep, he just lost it. Going on to Conrad. That is brutal. And he's got damage, and he's going to have to pit. That is brutal for grid life. He was having a really good stint. It's a little early to pit, too. It's going to throw off their strategy a little bit. Oof. Brutal. And that allows RTR to take P6. And yep, here comes King Ears down pit lane. A lot of stint left, but that really, really hurts.
Just that one little dirty patch. The tire just doesn't want to say hello to the tarmac.
And that'll bring RX racing through.
I mean, my car going into that hairpin earlier, my car just decided that it forgot what its steering wheel was for.
And to be honest, this is why that exact scenario is why I use traction control, because those little moments of oversteer, I might lose some overall pace, but the safety that I feel in situations like that, to me in these races, it's just so hard to. I would rather lose a little bit of pace and know that the car probably won't do that to me than have a situation where I just lose the back end, especially with a really torquey car like the Lexus or the M6. You know, the M6 is the back end is so squirrely. Corvette was another one that if you weren't using a higher gear, it would kill you. Second gear was pretty rough.
Without broadcasting at AHR's track, it was one of those big things we were trying to deal with that car.
Yep. So
there's some very interesting and uninteresting results. Mostly interesting.
Yeah.
Mostly ending in damage.
So now with that battle sorted for the moment, it looks like Azorian, who just did a 2:098, almost the fastest lap, now will be driving by his lonesome for a little while. If we go down the rest of the field, we have Loose Moose Racing with a 52-second lead over Sector 7 Racing. That is Racing Esports.
Exactly.
I'm going to say that's their #1 team, who had damage early on. A 1.5-minute lead over Esports Race Asylum in the Corvette P3. Looks like Nick just over a lap down from P1. Then we have GT Finland in P4, about a lap and a half down. Then we have Azorian in the M6 with Team ORT, only about 15 seconds behind GT Finland. Looking at the lap times, their lap times are pretty similar, so we'll see if ORT can bring that down. Our Loose Moose Championship favorites now. Well, certainly possible. When you bring in somebody like Mikhail Hazal onto your team, that's a pretty strong driver, and it looks like the Vantage is one of the better cars this season, so we'll see. Certainly a lot of races to go, but right now they are looking incredibly strong. Speaking of strong, Azorian is putting down some absolute stonkers of lap times with this M6. P6 we have RTR about 5.5 seconds behind. He's doing well as well in the M6. P7 is RX Racing. P8 is Grid Life Racing. P9 is that's Last Minute Racing. I have the spotter's guide up on another screen. P10 is one of the Sector 7 cars. That is Racing Me Cougar. And then right behind P10, it looks like is not for position, but our guy, AHR's Jack So It Is. Unsure if he's trying to unlap himself or if he got passed, but based on the lap times from P10, I'm going to guess that he is trying to unlap himself. P11 is the Mercedes from Project Platypus. P12 is Sector 7's Racing Boomers, which is a racing team name that I appreciate. P13 is, of course, Wayne, our team, Apex Hunter Racing, and it looks like the gap to P12 has come down a little bit.
I'm going to give a shout out to Pezza for doing our livery and making it country specific to Australia. Right? I didn't even notice today until today. Right? We had kangaroos on the side of our car.
I actually didn't notice that. I actually didn't notice that either, but I do appreciate Pez's artistic abilities in creating our liveries. Yep. And then P14 is the GTR of... Where is it on this list? Where is it on this list? GTR. There's RX. Last minutes in the GTR. Race Asylum 2. There we go. So it was at the bottom of the page. So, let's see the closest battle we have going on as we go back through here. Azorian has widened the gap a little bit. Still 7 seconds from P8 to P9, 5 seconds from 10 to 11, 11.6 seconds to P12, P12 to 13. So it looks like Sector 7 Racing Me Cougar and AHR's Jack So It Is doing about the same lap times-ish. Jack being a little more conservative this stint than he was in practice. Understandable. It'll be interesting to see if the Sector 7 driver, the Truth Serum, elects to let Jack by or not. We'll also see.
Jack was going like a stabbed rat in practice.
He was going crazy in practice. Although Jack's fastest lap is a high.
Position?
No, it's not. Jack's trying to unlap himself, I think.
He's doing a good job of it.
Yeah. Well, Jack is one of our best drivers, so naturally I am not surprised to see him making up time on anybody. He's also
He saved the best
probably
for last.
AHR's best Bathurst driver.
Oh, hands down.
So we are
Best
fortunate
is yet
to
come.
get to commentate his stint. Well, I'll say this: despite, I wouldn't say he's being held up. I'd say they're doing similar lap times, but he's still making up time on P12 despite this. So he might just be happy to be in the tow of Sector 7's The Truth Serum and just let it ride. But at this rate, we will see a battle for 12th place before this stint is over. Knock on wood. Go ahead and knock on some wood. So, you never know what could happen.
I just banged my head. I haven't got any closer by wood.
Although being in the tow, we talked about this earlier, Wayne. They talked about the dirty air. In a track like this where one tiny wrong move and you're in trouble. The dirty air, what dirty air there is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to probably be corrected by 1,000,002 Gran Turismo players, but the dirty air effect on these cars isn't as much as it is on the Group 2s or the Formula 1 cars.
Right.
But it's there. I mean, these things cut a hole in their house, their aerodynamic house bricks. Right? They rely on the mechanical grip rather than the aerodynamic grip.
Speaking of...
But it does affect you. It's going to affect you because that hole in the air, it's a fine line between it's going to affect your cornering and drag you down the straight.
Yeah, speaking of aerodynamic brick, the BMW, despite being in the close tow, cannot overcome the Lexus on Conrad.
Ooh.
I'm not sure what happened there. Did Jack get into the back of the car in front of him? Uh-oh, we saw it live on stream.
It seemed like a bit of a, what did Tishney say in his videos?
Oh, wait,
where it glitches. Yeah.
Oh, it seemed like...
Jack, if you're listening, my office
Guilty.
Monday morning. Management is watching.
Yeah, right. It'll be interesting to see what comes of that, because it certainly looked like Jack hit him, but Jack is also, I would imagine...
There would be damage on the car, would there not? That looked like a bit of a hefty shunt.
Yeah, that is true. There is no damage on either car, so...
There's no damage on either car. So with my Gran Turismo Sherlock brain...
It was definitely weird. Like something definitely didn't seem right about that.
Yeah.
But it's hard to say. I mean, especially because me and my American internet
lag spike. Yeah. We're not getting the same quality stream that everybody else at home is getting. We're getting the share screen.
Right. McNaughty's on the Me Cougar team reported. Uh-oh. We're about to have a fight in the chat, Wayne. Nah. I don't know what happened there. I mean, Jack is usually pretty good about that kind of thing, so...
Yeah, if Jack felt there was... I think they did both slow up there a little bit. I think they were trying to sort things out.
Yeah.
But Jack would definitely give a place back if he thought...
Yeah.
There was...
if he thought...
damage, so...
Alright, so anyway, field gaps have been requested, so we're going to go through the grid. So P1, 51 seconds ahead to P2. So Loose Moose Racing is in P1. That is Sector 7's Racing Esports in P2. Then we have about 1:39 to Esports Race Asylum in P3. Then about a minute to GT Finland in P4. Looks like we're having some lapped traffic. About 12 seconds to Team ORT in P5, then about 6.5 seconds to P6, that's Raw Talent Racing. RX Racing about 14 seconds behind that. About 19 seconds behind in P8 is Last Minute Racing, then about 12.5 seconds behind is Grid Life Racing. P10 is a lap down from P9, and then we actually have a battle brewing for P10. So Sector 7 Racing, the Lexus is, that is Me Cougar in the Lexus, and then P11 is about 2 seconds behind. That is the Mercedes of Project Platypus. Then P12 was a lap down from there. A little bit of a, maybe not an incident, but a weird situation there in P12. P13 is 8 seconds behind, and then P14 is about 50 seconds behind P13. So now that Jack has cleared the Sector 7 car, he is putting in the work. So let's have a hop on P10, see if Racing Me Cougar can hold down P10 from the hard charging Mercedes.
Sector 7, what's that from? Is that
I'm not sure.
Transformers. It's Transformers, isn't it?
I have no idea.
It is. We have come from Cybertron. That one. Sector 7. Do what we want
And
and
it
get away
looks
with
like
it, Badge Lock.
Truth Serum is going to give up the position. I wonder if how's comms doing? We're doing well. Thanks for checking in. Also, hello, official. And then, what is going on here? We just had the Mercedes get into the wall after P10 gave up the position. Was this a true rope-a-dope? Was this all a setup? Let's see what happened to Project Platypus here. He just went in a little too hot and gave some of their beautiful livery to the wall there. So, you can see the tires are pretty worn. I wonder if Truth Serum thought that the Mercedes was the blue flag, because you can see the blue flag appearing. We can't see who that is behind them exactly. It looks like it might be P1. I'm sorry, not P1. P2 of Lexus. But it looks like Truth Serum not going to give up the position that easily again. But part of me wonders, seeing Truth Serum intend to give the position up to P11 makes me wonder if he wasn't trying to give up the position to Jack and it was just a weird, like maybe Jack didn't see it or something like that. So it would be interesting to hear that from Truth Serum's perspective, because we've raced with Jack for literally years at this point, and he's not one to do something like that and it be malicious or not wait anything like that. So it would be interesting to hear from their perspective. So in any case, well, he's not giving up the position this time, so not sure what was going on there before. There's the dreaded blue flag again. This track, I'm so glad I'm not driving in it this year. Wayne, this track is just...
Yeah, it's got and pile on the, you're so brilliant, Wayne, you did this, you're excellent. You can do it. I'll accept it. It is a very difficult track to go around.
Well, Project Platypus is having a whale of a time now behind.
To be honest, right, I'll be straight. It's the wheel boys that I feel for on this track, right? I find it's a lot easier on the controller, what with the constant left right, you know.
Yeah.
When I've been in practice, I've been in parties, you can hear the wheels in the background. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, Jacko, that's kind of how it looked, especially when Jack kind of slowed down. We'd have to go back and watch on the stream, but it seemed like Jack kind of slowed down, and then Truth Serum didn't really go for it after all that happened. It was weird. It was definitely a weird situation. Fortunately, there was no damage, which I think was the critical part to all this, and I think certainly Sector 7 would have a very legitimate case to be upset if there had been damage from that. But
can we just give a shout out to Mr. TCR Redacted, who drove for us in the last, who came over. We borrowed him. It was a great stint, Mr. Tom.
Yep, did absolutely a fantastic job for us. Certainly happy to have him with us.
And I know what you mean.
IRO.
If I had been a wheel today, I would have been driving around backwards and on my roof.
So here's a interesting part of the race now, Wayne. The tire wear is pretty bad. I know that we're not showing it on the stream so that our viewers can't see it, but you and I can see. I mean, it changes everything about this race. I mean, you can see that this AMG is really struggling.
It's not liking its tires or the hill or the corners.
It's not liking anything.
I just need to on to something. I fit practice in between the co-ops, Andy. You know, priorities.
Hey James, welcome brother, good to see you.
James.
I know we kept it a secret, although
James.
I didn't officially try and recruit Wayne until a few days ago, so I know. I'm going to try to do this more. Once I remembered that these races start so early in my day, I was like, oh my god, I can drive and commentate again instead of being absent all season long. So you will eventually see me on the track as well as in the commentary booth. So it looks like we have a pit stop here from Sector 7's Racing Me Cougar, and the AMG from Project Platypus is going to go for the overcut, although based on what we've seen so far, that is going to be rough. It's going to be rough to have a quicker lap. I mean, the right front of that AMG is not looking too good. And so here we go. You know, Wayne, we talked about it earlier. The gap to P12 is now less than 4 seconds. So you can see Jack in the background there from P12. Tire wear for P12 and 13 about equal.
Yep.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. And I mentioned this, I think it was in our Discord, about how in these situations...
He's so good.
I know. He is. He's quite a good driver. But in these situations, like if you're the car in front and you see the gap, and it's like every single corner the gap is coming down, it's one of those things where it just, for me, knowing that my goal is always to deliver the car in one piece to the next person, I'm just letting him by and using the slip for as much as I can. And because again, you know, it could be that I know that my next driver is really strong and I want to give them a chance to catch the person that just passed me. Whatever the case is, you know, that's my thinking.
I was thinking, my personal thinking when I was driving this earlier was I was going to try and do as well as I could to stay as far ahead as possible, so whoever to go for me had less to work with. Unfortunately, Gran Turismo happened twice.
It's always, you know, Mike Tyson once said that everyone has a strategy until you get punched in the mouth.
It's the same as, you know, all plans are doomed to fail upon contact with the enemy.
Right. If you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans, kind of thing, right? Like, there's probably a number of quotes and examples we could pull from for this, but
yeah.
And it looks like we have another pit stop for P2. This one,
I will give myself some credit. Sorry to interrupt. Go.
You're good. I was just gonna say this one with no damage. It looks like, so this was a scheduled pit stop. Although, let's see, this is lap 21. I wonder how. Yeah. That's on schedule for them. I think the Lexus were doing 15 lap stints or so, 16. So we'll see how this plays out at the end of the stint, because it's going to be a weird lap number now. So we'll see if maybe this stint or the final stint, they'll try to stretch their tires a little bit longer, but we will keep an eye on that as we go on. But Goncazo here in P2 with the fastest lap of the 59.7. But anyway, Wayne, carry on.
I was going to say that I did actually do my fastest lap in the race that I had done across all practice, all in the last 14 days that we've been practicing. I went into the 201s, mid 201s, and I was very happy, more than once.
Nice.
So,
I mean, you know what? That's part of the experience, right? Is you, at the end of the day, you practice, and when you can put down your best lap in the race when it counts, that's a good feeling. Like even if the rest of it doesn't necessarily go the way that you want. Also, good afternoon, Badger and Dino. We got the AHR squad turning out for us. Love to see it.
Dino.
In fact, we're going to give AHR something to watch. I don't get that joke.
I kind of liked it. Well, I didn't really like it at all. Well, it was actually quite rubbish.
I don't know that joke at all, so that one's over my head.
What the Muppets? The two old guys in the Muppets.
Oh, is that who that is? See, look, I don't.
Yes.
I'm uncultured. Yes. Okay, all right.
I'm just about to show my age now.
No. I know who you're talking about. I just didn't realize that was their names. Ooh. Jack got a little squirrely there going into that right-hander. But with AHR in attendance, we're going to give AHR something to watch, see if Jack can keep it together here.
And do you know...
Man.
It's good to see the AHR boys are finally all out of bed. They're all going to say, we were at work, and I'm going to go, huh.
Right. I think this is the closest battle on the track right now. Jack slowly reeling him in. Tire wear's looking pretty bad, though. We'll see.
Do you know, I felt that the car... So I got to this point with the tyres, and I did say at one point to Jacko, oh, the car's feeling awful on the tyres like this, but then it kind of cleaned itself up after a lap or two. I wasn't putting in stellar laps, but I wasn't putting in, I should go in the pits laps.
Yeah. It is starting to be overcast. What happened?
Dino is suffering with man flu, so
man
basically no flu at all.
a light cold.
Or it's either that, or his wife has told him to type that, or she has typed it for him because he is so crippled with man flu.
You're right. Yeah, Jack's tires have reached about their limit, I think, so the overtake may not happen until he pits in a couple of laps. But we'll see.
This is Jack. He's going to push those tyres until they're begging for mercy.
Well, that's Tank's job usually. In the AHR glossary, that is pulling a tank, bro. What race was it where he rode on his tires where his right front was like completely red for like 4 laps?
He didn't have a right front. His right front was optional.
The sparks, there were sparks coming off that tire for at least a couple laps.
It was a car that had been stung by the police.
The spike strip.
Get ready for a decamp.
Unfortunately, Tank is ill.
What is it with run away?
AHR and illness?
There's definitely something going around the clubhouse.
Yeah. Watkins short. Yeah, Dino, it was a Watkins race. I just don't remember if it was like a CTC or what it was. Maybe it was just a fun Wayne race.
Jacko tanks at the nerve. Yeah, PV have taken 5 horsepower away from tanks. Added 2 kg.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like both Stig and Jack are really suffering here. We do have a pit stop from P10. Now, as a driver, I gotta say, now, we discussed strategy beforehand, and ooh, Jack getting a little squirrely there. We discussed strategy beforehand, and I know as a driver you have to feel terrible here because your lap times don't look very good, but the thing is, this is still faster than, or it's close. I'll say it's close. I think this is still faster than the extra pit stop.
I think the problem is that a lot of the time as GT players we all panic when the tyres go below 50%.
Right.
You know. And with the new tyre model being progressively worse as they get worse, which is kind of moronic, but never mind. Yeah. Do you know, I don't really think I understand the tyres after the update yet.
I don't understand anything. I'm still stuck on the physics change from last summer.
Yeah, we know. We're in the Discord with you.
I know. I only complain about it every day. We have P14 in the pits now. Well, I was going to say, if it was going to stay overcast, that might be okay for future stints.
Well, we are in the Australian outback, so...
It's only probably 40 Celsius.
What?
Isn't that like 100 degrees? Isn't that hot? Is it? Australia's hot, isn't it? Am I crazy?
Some parts of it are hot. Large parts of it are hot, but they have rainforests and snow-capped mountains as well.
I don't know what it is in Celsius.
I double-taked when I heard that. I was like, what? Snow-capped mountain? You go skiing in Australia? What? Because I thought it was all things that could kill you and sun.
I guess it wouldn't be Australia if there wasn't also like snow that could kill you also.
I don't think that you and I can do comms and be at Bathurst without having a conversation with what could possibly kill you in Australia. Not to mention a kangaroo running across the track, which is quite common here at Bathurst.
Oh, and it looks like he hit the wall a little bit. Oh, that was such an awkward spot, but they made it work. And he's got damage. But fortunately for him, he's probably pitting this lap, and so while damage sucks, it's really not a huge deal here. Let's see if we can see that again. Nope, we just caught the overtake. But yeah, that was, I mean, we saw it live on stream. So that's P12 for AHR for now, and
neutral. I have to remain neutral, Jacko. Woohoo!
Technically, you're the color commentator, so you can be a little biased, but so I would imagine that both these cars. I mean, Stig should pit anyway, but I would imagine that both these cars are coming down because I secretly know AHR's strategy. Jack is staying out. All right, Jack is staying out as he. I wonder if he's going till the fuel runs out, but in any case, Jack is staying out, so we actually could have an undercut here from P13 that is definitely something to think about if you are an AHR fan. So let's quickly go through the field again and see. I think the gap to P1 has come down a little bit. P1 lapping in the mid 2-minute range for the most part. Same for P2, maybe slightly lower average. A minute and a half to P3. Nick lapping in the low 2 minutes for the most part, high 159s in a couple cases, but that gap really hasn't come down all that much. Then we have a minute to P4, lapping in the high 2 minutes to low 201s, it looks like. 21 seconds to P5, lapping about the same. P6, we have about a 7-second gap between the two M6s. Then about 12 and a half seconds to P7, almost 18 seconds to P8, about 10 seconds to P9, and then a whole lap to P10. So I guess what we're going to do for now is we're going to have a look at the AHR car, because this is still the closest battle on the track.
Favoritism.
Favoritism. Well, here's the thing.
No, I know what you're doing. I know.
You know,
yeah, you get it. I want to see the undercut.
Let's
see if it works.
Jack is a lap.
He's not going in, is he?
I don't know. I can't talk. Jack is a second and a half down in his best lap, and he's staying out. Well, I think we can comfortably say the undercut is definitely going to happen now. Somebody wasn't
my office Tuesday morning.
Somebody wasn't paying attention to the strategy meeting in the AHR Discord.
We had a what?
It was me. It was me driving on Thursday before maintenance, and I was like, "I think this is the best strategy, guys." And that was the end of it. That was the whole strategy meeting.
Some of us at AHR have adopted the Top Gear ambitious but rubbish motto.
We already, you know what? We just change AHR, just rename it right now because we have the A and the R already. What's the H stand for? Hooter, I don't know. Ambitious. Oh God, what have I done? Ambitious. What is a good H word? Hardcore is not.
No.
Someone was left out of the loop. Jacko says. I mean, Jacko says it'll make sense. I mean, here's the thing. If you feel like, I could see where this would make sense if you can get one or two extra good laps out of your future tires, that might actually be okay. But I can tell from the gap. I mean, the gap has come down about 2 seconds, so Jack's going to have some work to do once he pits. Presumably now, I think he's going to run out of fuel if he stays out again. Yep, down pit lane. So here, let's switch over to P13. And to make matters worse, it looks like there's a possible blue flag scenario for Jack as well. I believe that is not Nick. That looks like the Esports Race Asylum car. I'm not sure who that is behind him there. Oh, that's the Project Platypus. That's the AMG.
Oh, that's the AMG. My friend Sandy apparently finds platypuses cute, so got a great kick out of the platypus name, which is a great name, by the way. I love it.
Is that what the plural of platypus is? All right, here comes Jack. Jack actually comes out in front. That's... All right, you know... Sorry, Jack. You know what? Yeah, carry on.
Please don't leave us.
Please don't leave us.
Carry on, Jack.
It turns out we're the idiots.
You don't think this lot got that an hour ago?
But we'll see, you know. We'll keep an eye on that for now, but in any case, going through the rest of the field, Looks like there's not a whole lot of action. P10 and 11 are on the same lap, but Jack is not on the same lap as P11, so it would be quite an effort to move up from here for anyone P12 or below. But you never know what can happen. So going up through the field here, nothing close there, nothing close there. We have some potential battles brewing. I have not been keeping track of the gaps. So we have a battle brewing here for P6. It looks like Hobby from RX Racing is lapping in the mid to low 2-minute flats, and we have France from Team RTR that's lapping in the low 201s. So potentially around the next pit stop, we might see a battle for P6 brewing. We'll keep an eye on that as we go along. Can we see some other gaps? TJ of the Little Faith. So, Jakey may have asked that before I started going through everything, but yeah, we're going to keep an eye on it for now, because I think Jack is lapping a little faster than the car behind, so I'm not going to stick on that for too long. But we have a potential battle brewing here as well for P8. It looks like King Ears is slowly bringing the gap down. He's lapping in the mid 2-minute flats for the most part. Lemony Squeeze lapping in the low 201s to high 2 minutes, so that's another spot we're going to keep an eye on.
Lemony Squeeze is quite appropriate because we're coming up to Shrove Tuesday here in the UK, which for those of us who are not in the UK is when we make pancakes and cover them in lots of not very good stuff for our health, like
nice
cream and chocolate, and not your sort of pancakes. They're more sort of crepey type things.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you know
and you
about.
Put lemon on them, and you squeeze lemon on them. Lemony Squeeze, you see.
Okay. All right. For the uncultured people like me, I've learned something new today. And just in that story about Lemony Squeeze, King Ears has brought the gap down to Lemony Squeeze by about half a second. So I think before too long we're going to have a battle here. We'll keep an eye on that as we go on here. Otherwise, there's not a whole lot to talk about. This is probably the part where Jaeger would start singing.
Hang on, let me get my guitar.
Ah,
where is it?
Let's serenade everyone on the IRO stream with my dulcet tones and Wayne's guitar. And we were never allowed to commentate again. Not real pancakes. I actually have a box of pancake mix in my pantry. I think I've had a crepe before, but I don't know the difference. I don't know what... I'm an uncultured American. I don't know anything.
Oh no, it's just the pancake mix thing. I was having a conversation with a friend the other day about pancake mix, and
is this safe? Is this safe for stream conversation? I don't.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just because it's coming up to...
I don't know, you started getting quiet. I was getting a little concerned about what was going to come next. Yeah. So, let's see. I'm gonna go through the field again, but again, I think it's a matter of time before we have a battle for P8. I think the gap to P10 from P11 is coming down as well. Although, well, maybe not. I think Truth Serum is lapping a little bit faster than Maddie is. Jack currently doing his thing. The gap to P13 hasn't really grown, but it also hasn't really shrunk. Of course, Jack is on much fresher tires, so keep an eye on that. Going through, yep, the gap to P8 is down to 5 seconds. That's really it, so for the Grid Life Racing team, that, you know, Wayne, we saw it earlier. King Years was having a really nice battle with, I believe it was, P5, the ORT M6, and unfortunately spun out really early on in the stint and had to pit.
It's been
Cheers,
a pretty
Dino.
solid drive since then, though.
Yeah, he's had a really nice stint since. It's one of those really unfortunate things, and this is why I talk to you all in the Discord about being safe all the time, because it's so punishing to get damage, especially early on in a stint, and it's so easy at a track like this. It's so difficult. It's just such a difficult track, and to see people do this in real life at the speeds they do is just crazy.
I could not sit here and honestly say to you that I wouldn't say I'd go around this track. I would. Would I want to go around at these speeds? Yes. Would I want to be doing the driving? No.
No, yeah.
You're not.
Somebody put me in the passenger seat
Someone
of
give me a lift round, please.
Yeah. One of those V8 supercars.
Yeah, give me a lift into the track, mate. Kind of one lap, please. As much as I would want to do the driving, no.
I'll drive around it at about 20 miles an hour.
I'll go around it in my wheelchair. The hill might be a bit of an issue.
Oh, you're going to be like that one gif of the dude that's going like 50 miles an hour in his wheelchair down the street.
I so want to do the corkscrew at Bathurst in my wheelchair now.
Well, for one thing's for sure,
You're
you'll be able to do it once.
What? Hey, listen. Every mushroom is edible once. Alright?
That was definitely the thinking back in the dark ages, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. I suppose those people there, they learn pretty quickly what mushroom not to eat.
I will drive at speed if I don't have to pay for the aftermath. Well, you may not have to pay for the car, but your body will be paying for it. That's for sure.
You did hear me say wheelchair, right?
Oh, it was in the chat.
Oh, I know.
Oh, wheelchair.
Sorry, Joshua, you did hear me say wheelchair, right?
Throw on some Eurobeat and send Wayne down the hill and hope for the best.
Banzai!
Yeah, right. So it looks like Lemony Squeeze and King Ears are actually on slightly different strategies, although I guess King Ears pitting did kind of throw that off a little bit.
Afternoon, Drizzle.
Hey, Drizzle. Jack's having a pretty good stint. The closest battle on the track, I believe, is this one, although... Yep, and it looks like Jack has indeed gotten his fresh tires all nice and warmed up and has opened the gap to P13. So the closest battle on the track right now is what we have here at P8. The gap from P8 to P9 has been slowly coming down, although there's going to be a little bit of a pit overlap, so this battle may not actually come to fruition until the end of the stint. But we'll keep an eye on it for now. Nick is coming into the pits here on lap 30.
It's a bit out of sequence, isn't it?
No, because they're doing 3 stops. So this is stop number 2, and he'll come in at about lap 47 and take it to 61. I don't think this strat is wrong by any means. It's a little safer. I think it may be a hair slower if you can have good laps at the end of your tire life. But I think the Corvette's probably a little worse on tires than the M6 anyway.
I get serious PTSD when I see that Corvette.
I loved that car. It looks so good. Now we're in a weird situation where
the real life car, scorched looking car. It's American, that's its only problem.
So let's see what Jack tries to do here. I think Nick is a little bit faster than Jack in his average laps, and so actually Jack could use the toe to maybe gain even more time. As we see GT Finland, I'm sure Jack will be sensible about this, and I'm sure the BMW cannot catch the Corvette on Conrad, no matter how much you might want it to. So we'll see what's going on here. That may not be me, that might be a Jaeger thing. I would imagine that Lemony Squeeze is coming in this lap. This is lap 31. He may stay out one more lap. What'll it be? It's a pit stop. So in comes Lemony Squeeze.
Squeezing into the pits.
Squeezing into the pits indeed. When life gives you lemons, you say, give me 4 fresh new tires.
I was gonna... More cake, we have something called lemon drizzle cake. Oh, it's so...
Oh, that sounds pretty good, actually. I feel like I've...
That's a shout out to 2 of our racers.
Yep. 2 of our newer racers, actually.
Yeah.
So it's the P10. Have a look at the other gap. 7 seconds to P12. The gap from P1 to... It looks like that they're kind of trading back and forth a couple seconds here and there, but for the most pacing left to where the right circumstances, P1 could still be up for grabs. P3 currently a lap down behind P2. Then we have 48 seconds to P4, about 10 seconds to P5. It does look like Azorian is widening the gap to P5. About 12 seconds to P6, and then about 3 seconds to P7. So P7 just pitted. So that's not... There may be a battle, but because they're on different pit strategies, I can't imagine there will be too much resistance from Javi here, but we'll see as things play out. Then 24 seconds to King Ears, about 29 seconds to Lemony Squeeze, and then an entire lap to P10 to Truth Serum. Now, here's something interesting. Truth Serum is in a situation where it looks like he's going to let Nick by here on Conrad. It'll be interesting to see if... Actually, we've... Funnily enough, Jack is now approaching Truth Serum again. Now, the last time this happened, there was a... something. Actually, you know what? It looks like Truth Serum... Yeah, he is going to come into the pits. There will be no incident between Jack.
Really see that, yeah.
But I mean, that's, you know, I'm chuckling about it, but it is true. Like, it doesn't matter what place you're in or how fast you are, or anything like that. It's one of those situations where if you're approaching somebody and they pit, it really is like just a sigh of relief.
Yep.
It's just one less thing you have to worry about.
I was spotting for Perry in his stint, and he had a whole train of cars coming behind him to lab him. And he was coming up for a pit, and I just thought, Perry, and he had damage as well. So, Perry, if you want pit, clear that lot in one go.
Yeah, right.
Clear that, because it's only going to be like, a lot of them were going to catch him up by the mountain. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Clear them all. And it actually worked out for him. So...
Yeah, agreed, Hansa, especially on this track. I mean, there's just so much... There's so much to think about and focus on in this track. You know, I love Daytona, but Daytona, you have the tri-oval to breathe. This track, you kind of have Conrad to breathe, and that's pretty much it.
It's a good place to light a cigarette, that's for sure, Conrad. Like, from personal experience, I've been told.
Oh, and a big wiggle from NR Tommy there, Team GT Finland, but he held it. That was almost disastrous. Whew, that Corvette. And still put down a Sector 1 that's faster than most of my Sector 1s, so that should tell you why I'm not racing this.
It was Perry. It was a
Currently doing Nations Cup, then back to doing GTEC. So are you
Good
telling
luck,
me
Blue.
that you, first of all, yes, good luck. Are you telling me that you drove a stint and then you're doing Nations Cup and then you're back for another stint? That's some dedication. Code Brown. Yeah, that's right, Hansa. Brown flag incident, as Scotty Sr. likes to say. No, what does he say? He says we have an incident in the underpants department. That's what he says. I'm telling you.
What does the red light? What does the brown light indicate? It means we have a brown emergency.
Hey Russ, how's it going?
Good evening, Russ.
Let's quickly go through the field here. I just went over the gaps not that long ago, but Jack has widened the gap to P13 up to about 10 seconds, so I don't think a battle will be brewing there, at least for now. Azorian continuing to widen the gap to RTR and P5. And it looks like France is also widening the gap to P6. I don't know if we'll have a battle for P6. Checking the lap times, 2:01.
We're here all week. The tickets are free. The drinks are not. So, yeah.
Already done stint
Rough.
2, done second slot in Nations. It was terrible, so I'm going again for the third slot. Jack crashed. Uh-oh.
What?
Yep, he's got damage. Look at him. See if we can see it. Well, he had damage here, so...
Yeah, I think he might have just went straight on.
Well, it looks like he's going to come down and just do the pit stop here. I think I would change tires here. I know it's a few more seconds, but in any case, my heart goes out to my fellow AHR driver, Jack, so it is. The M6 is not easy to drive here, by the way. I was really struggling with it when I was practicing for y'all. So
I'd rather drive a limo around this track. Like, this is a limo.
This is a limo. This is a boat.
It is. Look at it.
He did change tires and away he goes. Well, he was lapping a little bit faster than P12, so we will... Oh, and look at what we have here, Wayne. We have our new friends with Sector 7's Racing Me Cougar right behind Jack. Couldn't get away from him for long. Well, this will give Jack something to chase at the very least. Still half a stint left, so I mean there is time to make up the gap. But in any case, an unfortunate situation for AHR. And it looks like, oh, GT Finland has damage. I doubt we're going to be able to for GT Finland. And look how fresh those tires are, Wayne.
Yeah,
he just, but man, but he just changed them maybe like 4 or 5 laps. He flat spotted them.
GT, the real driving simulator, right? You just cut.
I think it's my stream that's dying, by the way. Looking at it now because the timer's not stopping when it starts buffering. So I'll give my sincerest American apologies. Same time would be my guess, but anyway, we carry on. So King Ears takes P7, so there's a whole host of crazy things going on here. King Ears takes P7 for now, but he's on a different strategy. That does take GT Finland out of the fight for P6 though for the moment. Speaking of M6, it's the Meta car at Watkins Glen. Well, we'll see. How did he teleport from the box to the middle of the straight? Yeah, and our Tommy had damage, and my stream's buffering a little, so I'm trying to make it work over here. Although there's not much I can do from my end, just kind of have to deal. So let's have a look at, so Jack just pitted. Let's have a look at Truth Serum's lap times. He's lapping in the low 201s. That's around what Jack was lapping in. So this is one of those weird blue flag situations where it's like, you feel like you're probably equal pace or maybe a little faster than the guy behind you, but you're in this weird position where it's like the blue flag is just waving.
Me personally, I'd courtesy let him out through and then take the place back and go.
I don't know. The last time those two were in the opposite positions, we saw what happened. I mean, I guess it's one of those situations where it's like you kind of watch it as it happens kind of thing. Like if you feel like the driver in front is holding up the guy behind, then obviously you should let him by. But if it's not... See, that was a 201 flat from Jack, which is pretty good. I mean, that's not off the pace at all. And I'm sure that because Jack is a pretty good driver, Truth Serum could just as easily be using Jack for the tow. That was a 2009, so that was a 1/10 difference, and Truth Serum had the tow. So I mean, you know, stewards and all could probably look at it one way, but at the same time, like, you're not holding the guy up. In any case, see if there's any actual battles going on. The answer is no. So the gap to P1 has increased by about a second since we last checked on it. Otherwise, not much to talk about.
We could sit here and talk about the state of the world.
I don't think this American wants to talk about that right now.
Oh, and why is that, DJ?
Well, no reason.
Tornadoes.
Tornadoes. We get plenty of those over here. Well, the state of the world, the sun still comes up, so that's pretty good, isn't it, Wayne?
Do you know what this is like? This, as long as you see the sun come up every day, you're still alive.
Oh, speaking of the sun come up, Nick has damage.
That's the worst segue ever.
I'm good for that. Can I just I say this with all the love and respect in my heart. Nick is an incredible driver. He is good for damage once a stint. He's way faster than me. Like I say this with all the love and respect in the world, but as predictable as the sun rising, here's your segue, Wayne. Nick gets damage once a stint.
But then we could say the same about Jack. Jack is
honestly, Jack is the same, especially here.
Yes.
In fact, if we go, and it's this track, it's not really them as drivers, but it's so easy to get damage here. But thing is, I remember last year, I thought Jack was going to give me the car in the lead. He was in the lead, I think, or he was going to be he was catching the leader. I think he was in P3, but he would have caught the leader, and then he got damaged with like 5 laps to go, and I ended up getting the car in, I don't know what, P4.
The nosebleeds.
The nosebleeds. No, it wasn't that bad. So we have Goncazo coming in for a regular pit stop. Nick is staying out. Interestingly enough, let's see. His lap time was still a 2:01.4. That'd be interesting if damage, especially tire damage, doesn't hold the Corvette up that much. Well, a 19.0 Sector 1, it certainly wasn't holding it up there, that's for sure.
You just don't. You just weigh up the risk of the car pulling to the, which way will it pull? I don't know what Gran Turismo decides whenever it decides.
Right.
But either way, into like you just don't go with it, or you just don't counter it. It happened to me before. The damage, I've just oversteered a little bit and more damage.
Yep. Yeah. Right. Damage begets more damage. So let's see how far Nick is behind his fastest lap here. He's only about a second behind. His fastest lap, I think, is a 2-minute flat, so he's losing time, but he's not losing that much time. And given where he is, I mean, it kind of makes sense to just ride this tire stint out damage-wise. I mean, he's not in danger of losing a position, and he's a lap behind P2, so you're not really... I mean, catching P2 at this point is probably impossible, and so you're really just, if you have any concern at all, you're worried about giving up time to P4, but you're so far ahead and your lap times are still decent that it's probably not a concern at all. So,
when I had my damage, I didn't hesitate straight in the pit, so I'm not a good enough driver to concentrate enough on stopping the car from pulling to the left or right.
Yeah. That's probably really hard on controller, to be fair.
More irritating than hard. It almost feels like you've got stick drift.
Oh.
You know?
Stick drift.
Dum, dum, dum.
Alright, let's go through the field officially. So we have... Wait, what is going on? Oh! P1 is out of fuel? What is going on? I'm telling you, it's not a DJ Brohawk stream without something crazy going on. P1 is out of fuel, and he's out of fuel like way before. What a mistake. Oh no.
And he's got damage.
There goes King Ears around him.
I mean,
50 miles an hour down Conrad. I mean, P2 is still way behind, although P2 just pitted. This is crazy. This is absolutely nuts. How on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad do you think?
Not sure, James. Probably.
It could be. I mean, look.
Yeah.
There's P2, and this has become very, very, very exciting here. Ooh. I mean, this is like having a DC. This is, I mean.
Yeah.
So P2 is on Conrad now, and P1 is not. It's just now at the end of Conrad. This is incredible.
Right.
Oh man. I mean, this is. That's the lead gone, Wayne. And it's well gone. Yeah, it's going to be about 20 or 30 seconds at least. Here we go. We're going to see the pass happen right here. There it is. Oh, it went right as I clicked the thing. So, Sector 7 Racing has taken the lead over P1 running out of fuel.
That's just crazy. That
every time it's like clockwork. When a DJ Brock stream happens, something you've never seen in your life happens. And so there's Nick going a lap down, at least for the moment. Nick may very well unlap himself, though. Although P1 has the fastest lap and is on fresh tires, so we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Either miss the pit or brain lag or something. I mean, that's running out of fuel like halfway through a lap. That was something crazy happening. I don't know what happened there, but this race has been full of drama since the beginning. That's true. Plenty of crashes and damage to go around.
In my experience, cars do work better with petrol.
So P2 is 40 seconds behind, so they lost almost 2 minutes. They were 52 seconds up. 52 plus 40 is, was that 90? So a minute and a half. 92 seconds. They lost a minute and a half. No, it wasn't a fuel skip because his tires were pretty worn. I think that either he miscalculated or just forgot to pit or something crazy like that, because that was... I mean, I feel bad because as a driver you never want to do that, but as a commentator, oh buddy, just made stuff a lot more interesting. So we were going to go through the field when we saw that happening. So now we have Sector 7's Racing Esports in P1 with a 40-second lead over Loose Moose Racing in P2. Of course, if you were just tuning in, you saw that Loose Moose Racing ran out of fuel at least at the top of the mountain, if not before, and lost 90 seconds. Brutal. Then we have a minute and 20 seconds to P3, who is a hair over a lap down overall. Then we have about 52 seconds to P4. That's Team ORT in the M6. Then we have RTR in P5, about 11 seconds behind. 13 and a half seconds behind them is GT Finland in the Corvette, who had a nice wiggle right as we went on camera. And it looks like do we have a battle here? Let's see what's going on. They're on different strategies. We'll come back to that in a moment. This is the out lap. Or I'm sorry, this is the first full speed lap for Javi. Currently they're P7. P8 is Last Minute Racing with an 18-second gap to P7, and then about 5 seconds behind is King Ears. We had talked about this before. They're on different tire strategies, though. King Ears, I guess, is going to try and make this last to the end. We'll see how that plays out. Then a lap down from P9 is P10, and then about 14 seconds behind is P11. Then a lap down from that is P12, and then 10 and a half seconds behind is P13, although P12 and 13 are on different tire strategies at this point. So we will see how that plays out. I think both of them still have one stop left. Jack will be on much fresher tires throughout, however, so could be a battle for P12 by the time this is all said and done. And it looks like almost that's a lap down from there, I think, or close to a lap, is P14 at this point. And P14 has damage, and they just got damage despite having fresh tires, so that, not sure what happened there, but that's got to feel bad as well. So much drama. This track is good if you're a commentator and you like drama. And as we all know, Americans love drama.
What we haven't had at Bathurst here this year is a whole pile of cars blocking up the mountain.
It seems to be something that happens. Oh, and look!
Oh,
there was damage. There might have been contact. Oh no! Let's have another look at that. Let's see what happened. Hobby was right on his tail coming down the mountain. See if we can see what happened. Oh, and he got into the wall. Okay, there was nothing Hobby could do there. It was one of those things where if there was no one behind him, he would have been okay. But because Hobby was like right behind him, that little extra shove caused him to crash. So kind of an early pit stop, not the worst situation to be in for GT Finland, but still an unscheduled pit stop at the very least. He's going to have to try and make his tires last 19 laps, which is going to be hard. Or 18 laps, excuse me. I don't know, I can't math. 17, 18, I don't know what lap it is. It'll be a little bit of a stretch for them, but should be doable. Correct. Hobby getting away without any damage is actually a big deal as well there. A little bit of a light tap.
It depends on the kind of drama. If it's life drama, no. If it's racing drama, yes.
If it's global state of the world drama, well, I guess it depends on what kind of commentator you are.
Close your curtains.
Close your curtains.
Buy a helmet. We're all race car drivers. We've all got helmets.
Well,
we don't have helmets, do we? We've got headsets.
Headsets, yeah. Some foam and a little piece of plastic.
Safety features.
Safety features. So, unsurprisingly, Jack overtakes P13 because of the pit stop. And it looks like he has some open track in front of him. See if maybe he can build the gap a little bit here before he pits again. We could very well have a battle for P12 by the time this stint is over.
You know, Nate, there are forums for things like that and not forums for things like that, and this is a not forum thing for like, but I'm pretty sure me and DJ could easily.
Oh, I don't think the internet is ready for that.
Everybody sit and chill.
Right, yeah, right. Everyone take a deep breath.
You know what I mean?
Anyway, back to the racing. So, I think the closest battle we have on track for now is about a 4-second gap between Lemony Squeeze and King Ears, although again, Lemony Squeeze has one more pit stop to make. King Ears, I think, is just going to let it ride from here. At this point, that's what I would do. But then again, I'm in the commentary booth and not on the track, so...
We've got the best seat in the house.
I know, the one that's not stressful at all. Oh, there's your face on the stream for everyone to see. Professional. We're very professional here.
There's a very rare don't care bear. It's literally called a don't care bear.
I like it. So a quick update to the P1 situation. The gap has not really come down. I mean, these two drivers, their last lap was within a couple hundredths of each other. So, situation where, you know, I'll say it till I'm blue in the face for not just AHR but everyone, that the tiniest little mistake can turn into a huge time difference. But still 2 stints to go. I mean, we still have 4 hours left. And I will say, if a certain somebody is driving the last stint in this car, then I think Loose Moose Racing will certainly have a chance.
A certain somebody, huh?
Yeah. I don't know who's driving for them in the last couple stints, but it's certainly it'll certainly be interesting to see how it plays out. Unfortunately, I have other obligations, so I will not see the end of it, but I am cheering for all these drivers to have a nice, clean rest of the race. I mean, we love drama, and Wayne, I think you'd agree with me here. We love drama, but we also don't want to see crashes.
That's
You know,
true.
we don't want to see people run out of fuel.
Nope.
It makes for an interesting watch, right? But I want people to have clean, you know, stints that settle on the track.
I want to see people disconnected. I want PD to support these races. I genuinely want like PD to sit up and take notice of games like Assetto Corsa that do driver swaps really well. Come on, you call yourself a racing game, right?
It's a little.
They lean towards endurance racing on Turismo. That there is, without a doubt, this game leans towards the endurance side of racing. So, give us endurance racing. Give us the ability to make with the lobbies we want to make. And also, I'm going to say this: if anybody is listening that has PD's ear, can we please have shuffle mode back in the lobbies, please? Please.
Yeah.
Shuffle mode was the best mode in Gran Turismo Online ever. Keep your daily races and bring us shuffle mode.
Online shuffle mode, like a daily race shuffle mode. That'd be pretty fun.
So much fun.
I would enjoy that.
It took the stress away from choosing cars in lobby and stuff, you know, because at the moment we're just using 3 classes. I'm sorry, but I did not buy a game to drive 1 car on 1 track per week.
No, I know.
That's my biggest problem with Gran Turismo. Otherwise, it's my favorite racing franchise. But it has glaring issues, and one is online support, and online support for things that we want to do with the game is lacking.
Sure. Can we put snow tires on the Tomahawk? Yeah. Why not?
Can we put dirt tires on the SFs, please? I want to go around, what is it, Colorado Springs? I want to go over that jump in a Formula 1 car.
I know why. Like, who cares if we do that? Why does that matter? It's goofy. I mean, they'll put stuff like this Unimog in the game, right? Like,
right.
People will drive. I saw people they were going on Big Willow and just driving it in the dirt, you know, just driving it around. And it's just like, if I want to do that, if I want to do the ice track in a super formula, why not? Of course it's going to be terrible. That's the idea.
We at AHR, we have 2 mottos. One is ambitious but rubbish. The other one is you paid your £70. You do with the game what you want, right?
That's right. Sorry, go ahead.
Go on. No, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, for as much as I complain about the new physics, I think you say you paid your 70 quid about as much as I complain about the new physics.
But it's true. I'm not here to tell a person that playing the game wrong. If you're happy driving around in the dirt at Big Willow in that Unimog, you paid your money. You pay it, right? This is what PD need to understand. We paid our money. Let us play the game the way we want to play it.
Absolutely,
right?
I hear you.
There are dead serious Gran Turismo races out, and I have the most amount of respect for those guys who go up there. They sit on stage. They put themselves out in the limelight. They really do a lot to push Gran Turismo out there, and PD need to respond to that. You know, they need to receive people that are interested in doing something like this. The PD should reach out and go, how are you doing this? Why are you doing this? What are your rule sets? You know, talk to us.
Yep. Absolutely.
Sorry, I'm having an anti-GT rant. I really do love this game, but it's seeing this, doing this, makes me think, why do they not support this? Why do we have to have 20 zillion billion lobbies? It works.
Well, first of all, the fact that they were able to make it work at all is pretty impressive. But the thing is,
but it would work better with a supported driver swap situation.
Sure, absolutely, and I'm with you. And I, of course, as you know, I work in software, and it's not as simple as it might seem. And I know that, you know, you're speaking from a place of love, and so am I, in terms of like Gran Turismo, because you and I both have been playing since the very beginning. Mm-hmm. But from a software perspective, it's just if they don't make the game compatible for it from the beginning, it's impossible to make it. That's not impossible. It's really hard to make it compatible after the fact.
I don't think I'm asking them to add it into GT7. I think that you're right. That's impossible. I think that would be a major overhaul of the game. But looking into it for GT8, telling us that we're in a next generation console, blah blah blah, something ray tracing. I don't know. Right.
Fancy code words.
And we're still left with a game that still feels like it should be on a PS2 or I mean, not graphically. I'm not talking graphically here, guys. Before anybody, does this look like a PS2 game? No, it doesn't look like a PS2 game. What I'm saying is that the same kind of championships that they put in a single player, and you know, they've actually regressed the multiplayer back with taking things like shuffle mode out. The fact that we can't pass lobbies on to people that are still in the lobby that want to carry on racing. Got to close the lobby down if I want to leave and go and have lunch. Didn't need to used to do that. It's, and I know that's peer-to-peer stuff, but stop it.
So, first of all, I hear you and agree there. Second of all, Jack has made his final pit stop, and there's an 11.2 second gap to P12. P12's tires still look pretty good, but there are 15 laps to go. Jack is also closing the gap pretty quickly. So we may have a battle for P12 before this is all said and done, and I'm not sure who's driving next. Oh, my stream was buffering again. There we go. I don't know who's driving next for us, but they may be in a dogfight as soon as they come out of the pits. So my take on all of it, now that my stream is not buffering anymore, is that I think racing games are going to eventually go the way of things like Assetto Corsa, because, or I say racing games, games that want to take themselves seriously, because the more that we do things like this, I think the more notice it gets, and the more that maybe we can start to like influence, quote unquote influence, how a game like this is programmed in the future. But also, I mean, look at how popular iRacing is. I mean, I pointed it out in Discord the other day. There was like 16,000 drivers for their 24-hour Daytona race, and they have multi-class, they have like 60 car lobbies, they have driver swaps, and I'm not asking GT to necessarily do all of that, but could you imagine a game that looks this good? Could you imagine like 60 cars on Daytona in Gran Turismo? Like, that would be so cool. To me, that would be fantastic.
Mr. Deej, we have had our conversations about iRacing.
Yeah. I know how you
my
feel about
biggest, my biggest gripe. It's not. I don't think that it's necessarily. I don't know if it's a bad game because I haven't played it. I can't sit here and say it's a bad game. Where it is a bad game is entry level, getting people in to play it. Right? I can't afford a PC. And I know I don't need a high-end PC to play it, but you do need to go and you do need to pay a subscription. And if you want to do certain races, you've got to buy that car, buy those tracks, buy this, buy that. By the time you've done all that, Gran Turismo still looks like I mean, for all of its faults, it still looks like better value. He says, air quoting, like mad.
Well, and it depends on what you value also, you know.
But it seems, I mean, Assetto Corsa and Gran Turismo, or Polyphony Digital and whoever make Assetto Corsa, I can't remember off the top of my head who it is, that make it.
I can't think of who it is.
No, I can't think of who it is. But they're clearly talking to each other because in that game, the GTR has a Gran Turismo livery on it. So they clearly talk to each other because, you know, they've bought the rights to put Gran Turismo into Assetto Corsa. Right?
Yeah.
So why don't the people at Assetto Corsa and the people at Gran Turismo have a little conversation with each other and go, well, why don't you do this bit of the game? Here's how we make our graphics, right? And we'll do the shitty bit of the game. Excuse my French, everybody. Right? We'll do all the Clubman Cup 500s and the driving licenses and all of the stuff, and we'll handle all the online stuff. You do the driver swaps, you do the endurance racing, you do all that. Let's collab. Let's do Assetto Turismo.
I don't think Sony would allow that. It would be cool though.
But we're living in an age at the moment where all of these games companies are amalgamating anyway. You know, you've got Microsoft buying up every single thing they can possibly buy up. Sony are looking to buy a load of people up. So why not buy these people that are making Assetto Corsa and probably not making any friends online right now, am we?
Oh, no.
No. But you get my point though. That some of these games, I like each and every racing game that I play, Assetto Corsa, Gran Turismo, WRC, even some, for particular things that those companies put into their games, right? But Gran Turismo will always be king to me. And as I go back to the iRacing thing, I don't know whether iRacing is a good game or not. I haven't played it, and I'm not going to sit here and say it is or it isn't. I don't like the idea of being locked into the...
Sign up for this race. We have 100-ish drivers in IRO. I mean, 16,000 different people are willing, of all skill levels, are willing to pay for the computer, pay for the setup, pay for the subscription, pay for the car, pay for the track, just to do that. So, I mean, to me, I recognize that maybe there's not anything better, but the fact that people are willing to do that suggests that the experience is good. Now, why Gran Turismo can't give us that same kind of experience probably is limited by the consoles. The fact that Gran Turismo always has the best graphics, the best looking cars, the best everything, that matters. You know, we're getting to a place where that matters less, but on PS4 it still mattered. You know, PS5 it matters less. PS5 Pro it matters less. PS6, whenever that is, it probably will matter even less, because at some point you can't make it better.
I was having a funny conversation with the boys the other day in the party about silly things that go on the side of the track, like kangaroos flying around. Now, how many racing cars can they put in the game if they remove jumping kangaroos from the side of the track? How much memory is that taking up? There's people in the stands walking up and down the stairs for regard. Why do that? Just make them static and put more cars in the game and put more modes in the game. I don't care about all of the graphics. Graphics is, as long as the car looks alright and the track looks alright. I don't, all this furniture. Do you see my point though? It's like, why have they got a I don't care if I'm driving at 100, 200 miles an hour. I don't care about that.
King Ears got damage again and is pitting with just 9 laps to go. That's got to feel bad, Wayne. And Nay, I don't know if you ever played iRacing, but every 12 weeks they have a week where they have fun modes, and they do multi-class racing on NASCAR, like NASCAR tracks, the big ovals. And that is, first of all, it's really fun. But second of all, B-rank drivers, there's no way they're handling overtaking. Like, imagine putting a Group 1, a B driver, and this is no shade against B drivers, but to be fair, there's different levels of experience and all. A B driver in a Group 1 car, and then having them try to overtake anyone in a Group 3 car. Like, I saw it in iRacing because I did those fun races because I really enjoyed doing those. Somebody approaches you so fast, and they're just not, and it could be that it's the slower car's fault too, because you're not used to somebody coming up on you 50 miles an hour faster than you're going. But there was so many crashes that would happen because the pace difference in the cars, like somebody wouldn't see the faster car coming, or maybe the slower car would go to make a move and didn't realize the faster car was coming right up on them. It would be absolute chaos. Leaders have damage. Nope, P1 does not have damage. P2 does not have damage. P3 does not have damage. So if you're just joining us, so what happened is P2, Loose Moose Race, ran out of fuel about halfway around the track and lost a minute and a half to the driver that is now in P1, Sector 7. So Loose Moose was ahead and lost about a minute and a half due to running out of fuel. So that was quite a dramatic moment. So that's what's going on up there. We're quickly going through the field. I mean, there's not really anything to talk about. We just saw King Ears had some damage and pitted to get rid of the damage. Something interesting here. It looks like Maddie has taken over P10 from Truth Serum. Truth Serum is on much better tires, so we'll see how that goes. So Wayne, like I predicted, Jack is slowly bringing the gap under 8 seconds, and we have 11 laps to go for this. Why is my stream buffering? It never does this. Anyway.
You haven't got Starlink, have you?
No. I think it's because I'm doing share screen and streaming at the same time. But when in doubt, blame someone else.
Roger that.
Anyway, we'll fix it for next time. So, for those listening, normally you would hear Jaeger come over the chat, the voice chat, and talk about the next stint. However, Wayne and I are in our own party chat, and so if Jaeger talks, I will have no idea. Because I don't know if you've ever tried listening to yourself on like a 5-second delay, but it's really awkward. And your brain stops working whenever you hear your own voice saying something you just said 5 seconds ago. So, the end of lap 61, we will see the driver swaps begin.
In the immortal words of Jim Morrison. I don't get copyrighted for that one.
No. Usually it's singing. So Jack is lapping about a second a lap faster, so whoa, he live on stream he about lost it in turn 1, but anyway, so we might have a battle on our hands at the end of the stint. Poor Jacko is going to have a fight on his hands as soon as his stint starts.
Oh, you ready? You are in your lobby, aren't you, Jacko? I hope you are. I'm sure he is.
I'm sure he is. If not, we got a problem.
Doing comms, and there is still some team managing to do.
I know. Get in there, Jacko. He's probably warming up. So, quickly, while we have just a few laps left, Wayne, of course, I want to thank you for joining me on comms for what feels like the first time in a...
It's been too long, brother.
I know, it's been too long. We need to do this more often. I'm going to try to make myself available at least for a stint.
No, you missed the entry. Are you joking?
Yeah, he's joking. If not, he's no longer on the team. You heard it here live. He got fired from AHR
my
live
office
on
Wednesday
stream.
morning. There's a queue building.
There's a queue. That's right.
And you know we're Brits. We love a queue.
Well, Jack will be first in line to call us idiots. But anyway, thank you to everyone that was that watched Stint 4. It was nice. It was a pleasure to be on comms for you all again. It's been too long. I don't know when Jaeger's going to start talking, but he may well talk over us for all I know. So go ahead and get the pleasantries out of the way, so when we get cut off.
Yeah, big well done to everybody taking part in this stint, and good luck to everybody taking part in subsequent stints. I'm going to be around for a little while, but I need to go and sit down.
Well, you've been, you drove stint 1, and here we are in stint 4. You're still going, so certainly a well-deserved rest for you, my friend.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's go through the field one more time. So we have, in P1, we have Sector 7 Racing Esports with a 44-second lead over Loose Moose Racing in P2. Everyone on their final stint here. A minute 18 behind is Esports Race Asylum. Nick. And then in P4 we have Overboost Racing, Azorian. And then about 12 seconds behind them we have RTR, Raw Talent Racing in P5. P6 is RX Racing, about 16 seconds behind. And then we have in 13 seconds behind in P8 is Last Minute Racing. It's Lemon You Squeeze. And about 12 seconds behind in P9 is GT Fin. Project Platypus in P10. And then about 14 seconds behind in P11 is Sector 7 Racing and Me Cougar. Then we have Sector 7 Racing Boomers in P12, and 5.5 seconds to P13 is Apex Hunter Racing Jack So It Is, and then a lap behind that is Race Asylum 2. That is ATB 614. I don't suspect a lot will change. We will keep an eye on the battle for P12, as that is probably the only battle that's going to shake out. Maybe, although there's only a few laps to go. Man, my stream is really struggling right now. I'm gonna have to, the stream is gonna have to go into your office Wednesday morning.
Oh. No,
I guess it'll be me.
Friday morning. Can you make it Friday afternoon around 4? Cheers, bruv.
Yeah. I got you. I wonder if my settings got changed, because I used to not have a problem streaming. On me.
Eee, fancy pants with these 2 keyboards. You can only use one at a time, right?
Well, yeah, but the one that I started diving on was the one hooked up to Gran Turismo. Not going to do very well there. My internet is tapping out, I think. It's had enough too. It wants a break.
Well, you can close the share screen if you want, and I will jump out, and then that might fix it for the last bit.
At this point, the damage has been done. Our reputations are ruined. Any damage, any drama. Better not be any damage on the guy in P13. There's damage on the guy in P12! There is drama. Notice it before. Let's check his lap times. Jack is now less than 2 seconds behind. He's gonna 2:04.3. Yep, that 2:04. I say that as long as he keeps it on the track. No, Paymay, it's me. It's me. I don't know what's going on.
Big grey snaky thing, Jack, in front of you.
Normally when I stream, my stream doesn't buffer at all, so I think because I'm share screening and streaming at the same time, that's what's going on. But because because GT only allows 16 people lobbies and no spectate slots. Let me go ahead and have my rant about Gran Turismo. Still got a few laps left.
This is DJ's William Shatner Khan mode.
Polyphony! Well, I guess this is it, folks. It's the battle for P12. P12 has damage. I would imagine Jack will be able to catch him up on Conrad here in just a moment. That'll be where the damage has the most significant effect, I think. We'll see if Stig lets him by or not. Man, even with damage, that Vantage is just pulling away. Calling hacks. Here we go. I should probably pull up.
Using that.
Discord on my other screen so that if Jaeger starts yelling at me about changing streams, I'm aware. It's probably me. Can you turn off the? Oh, that was from earlier. Oh, I did the wrong keyboard again. Look at me.
Oh my! What an noob!
I know. It's because I'm used
Noob.
to the way my setup is. I'm used to this keyboard being on my PC.
I'm going to start using that Aston Martin Group 3 dailies.
There goes Jack, who tries to go around the inside, and there's a little contact. Boys, I know it's the end of the stint, but... And Jack drifts into the corner there. Oh, just as I hit the replay, Jack was drifting into the corner. See if we can get...
boy!
Oh, you know what it was? Jack didn't even really go for the move. The spot was just kind of there, and then wisely... Whoa, a little bit of a drift from Jack there. Fair play to Stig, who just backed out there. Jack was going for it. I guess Jack was probably told that the driver in front had damage, and so we'll see what kind of a gap Jack can build up here. We are on the last lap for this stint for P1. I have no idea if Jaeger has talked over me yet, but stint 5 will be coming up on this stream. The driver swaps will be happening here at the end of this lap. So we will go on board with Sector 7 Racing, who again during this stint overcame a 50-second gap to build a 40-second gap due to Loose Moose Racing running out of fuel halfway through a lap. That was a wild one, to be sure.
That was painful to watch.
It was. My heart goes out to him because I know dude has to be kicking himself.
Don't kick yourself. Kick the car. It's an inanimate object.
Blame the car. It's the car's
Blame
fault.
The car. It's the car's fault. Didn't have a petrol tank big enough.
Somebody call the engineers at Aston Martin and tell them their fuel economy is terrible.
Give them a long, long story about themselves.
Right. All right, here we go.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, well, we can talk about Aston Martin in a second, but here we go. The very first driver swap of Stint 5. I have no idea when Jaeger's going to take Stint 5, but I'm going to keep talking until we're not full screen anymore. So there we go. P1 is off in Stint 5. Here comes P2 down Conrad. There'll be about a 45-second gap. Still doable.
I was going to say that Aston is British, isn't it? So it's the best car in the world and has a perfectly adequate petrol tank.
James says he knows someone that has a Vantage that gets 8 miles to the gallon in the wintertime.
See? Perfectly.
And you can see on the screen there at the top right, Stint 5 underway. Here comes P2. Be taking off any second now, and off they go. And now it'll be a little while before P3 comes through. I don't think any battles are forming at this point. We can quickly go down the grid while we wait for Nick to come through. A rare penalty for Maddie. Jack has built a 5-second gap to Stig Xander. He's still got 3 laps to go, so he may be able to build that up some more as Stig has damage. So at this point, Jaeger, I cannot hear what you're saying if you're saying anything, but if you want to take stint 5 full, my friend, you can go ahead and do that. It's going to be a while before the rest of the cars come through. So in comes Nick into the pits. Esports Race Asylum about 2 minutes down. That's roughly a lap, and off they go. Overboost Racing coming down Conrad now for the final time. And only about 12 seconds behind is RTR, who's entering the pits now. I mean, we still could have some battles for P4, 5, and 6 before this is over with. So this is going to be really exciting times. There they go. RX Racing coming into the pits now as well. And there goes RX Racing. So a little bit of time for Grid Life Racing and King Ears to come down into the pits. Ended up only being about an 11.5 second gap to Lemony Squeeze there at the end of all that. Lemony Squeeze into the pits now. We're gonna have them and quickly back to back. There goes Grid Life Racing. Here comes Last Minute Racing.
Okay, thank you DJ and Wayne for coverage. Stint number 4, we are back with stint number 5 on the full screen with 7, make it 8 cars now out on the track. The rest are waiting for their travel swap. So we have the race situation currently. The Sector 7 racing number 5 Lexus with Macho Monkey in the lead. Roughly 1 minute that gap to the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Ishmael driving in stint number 5. Also should turn off probably my speaker. Here we go. So now I think we're all good now. Evo then in P3 for the 44 Esports Race Asylum Corvette. A lap down, but not by much. You see 6-7 seconds maybe that gap currently. But yeah, we have the top 2 teams on the lead lap. Then the 44 Corvette 1 lap down in P3. Another minute to Overboost Racing Team and Kings driving the number 1 BMW for stint number 5. 10 to 11 seconds that gap to P5. That is Alan Gran Turismo for Raw Talent Racing Team.
the number 20 BMW M6. Another 16 seconds. 2 E6, that's the number 7 Nissan GTR for Eric's Racing, and Slim doing that stint for the team. In P7 we have the number 3 Lexus, Team Grid Life Racing, 2 laps down with Payday taking over from King Ears. Swap. 8 seconds. It is a shred for Last Minute Racing, the number 45 Nissan GTR. And 19 seconds roughly, the 66 Corvette GT Finland Racers Jakey taking on that stint. Then it's a bigger gap to P10. It's not showing on the Delta currently. We have to do some math. That is 2 minutes and a bit. The Mikugar Sector 7 Racing entry, the 64 Lexus in P10. So 2 minutes and a bit behind P9. Yeah, you see that yourself, 1 lap down. And BX Royal for Project Platypus, the number 11 AMG in P11. 28 seconds that gap to P10, and then it's 3 drivers still waiting for the driver swap to happen. So yeah, what a bit of drama happened midway through stint number 4, where it looked like the 35 car, Loose Moose Racing, they had everything under control, very nice lead, and then suddenly they ran out of fuel, like when they were on top of the mountain skyline. Suddenly no more fuel. It was a painful long crawl back to the pits, where I think they lost 1 minute 30 seconds, something like that. And now they have to find a way to get themselves into a position, but it looks like at the moment Ishmael doing 2:03s compared to Macho Monkey with 1 minute 59s. Wow. So 3 laps, 12 seconds gained already for Sector 7 Racing Esports Evo. 2 minute 00s for Evo in P3. So Evo suffered a disconnect in stint number 3 towards the end of that stint. They were running, I think, P2 at that moment, still on the podium currently. A minute the gap to P4. Defending champions in P4, so after finishing P11 last time around. So you can have a look. I always forget about the standings, but I have graphics for all of you, so we can have a look at it once again. So yeah, Overboost Racing Team finished P11 at the Daytona. Now running P4. That's pretty sure they like it more than running in P11. We see an overtake happening on the 69 AHR BMW. I think that is Checo or the team in P12. Sorry, in P11 we have a higher place for Sector 7 Racing Boomers, Aston Martin in P13, 9 seconds that gap. And then we are waiting for the 77 GTR. Dance will be driving that stint for the team. So yeah, it looks like Metro Monkey is going very fast. Early on, stint 1 and stint 2, we had some 1 minute 15.8 lap times. Let's see if Macho Monkey can do the same during that stint. He definitely has the pace. He showed that in yesterday's qualifying sessions. And the 35 slowly getting up to pace. To Evo, that gap nearly under 1 minute. It will be still a long way to go, but you never know. Just keep on pushing. The proper first sector for that Corvette. That's not unusual. The ORT entry, so number 1 on that car. 201s currently for Kings. Not much difference between Kings and Kevin. P4 and P5. 2 BMWs again fighting for the BMW bride, who will be the best, finishing at Daytona. It was Rotterdam Racing. The best GTR currently is Eric's Racing in P6. A bit of spaced out that race now. It has died a little bit throughout the 8 hours and 30 minutes roughly, like so. Big gaps on now between the teams, but yeah, after such a long time, and different drivers for the teams, different skill and pace levels as well. Also some bad luck with this connection, so being stuck on the grid for some of the teams. Have to fight for it, and also we saw damage, of course, happening here at Bathurst. So easy to collect a little bit of damage, do an extra pit stop. The 45 last minute racing GTR in P8. The 11 to Paymay and 36. Yeah, that's a long way for the 45 if they want to be the best GTR. And GT Finland racers, an up and down race as well. They were running P3, P4. Bit of unlucky moments again, drop them down to P9. So what can they do? What is possible for that Corvette? Yeli is a fast driver, so receive. He can gain at least 1 position. Then 2 minutes plus that gap. Yeah, 2 minutes and 11 seconds between Yeli and Rusix. P9, P10. EX Royal for Project Platypus. And 23 seconds a gap. Compare the lap times. 2:00.6 and 7. So a bit quicker than Rusix in P10. The trend is there for BX Royal to close that gap. And Checo for AHR in P12. Jack had a good stint for the team. P12 currently for that BMW. And the Sector 7 Racing Boomers car, that Aston Martin, a higher place. 2 minutes 0.8 versus 2:02.5, so yeah, looks like the Aston Martin is gaining rapidly on that Beamer, and finally it's also dense for the 77 Race Asylum. GTR out on the track. Have a look at the fastest lap, currently 59.3, so getting closer to that 1 minute 58 barrier. Will we see a third driver going below that 1:59 mark? So this will be an upcoming battle. We see a couple of cars down the mountain straight now on different laps, of course, but a higher place is definitely gaining. And we'll have a little bit of onboard action. That lovely sounding V12 Aston Martin. Nice run. Down we go. Yes, it's the Dipper gaining on Checo. Another 2-3 tenths. Oh, bit deep. Avoided the contact with the wall, and now with the run down the Conrad straight, we see. Think that an overtake, that's not for precision, and Checo losing another couple of tenths down that straight. So under 2.5 seconds now. We'll also see blue flags appearing for the Sector 7 car, whereas that's a BMW, if I'm not mistaken. Should be the Raw Talent Racing BMW. A great run out of turn 1 hell corner. Windows update, no, don't do it now. Every time when I'm streaming, a Windows update is here for you. No, I don't want it. So within slipstream range now. Uphill we go. Had to lift a little bit, lost some momentum. Has a nice run over the crest at Skyline. Once again, downhill we go to the S. This looks so scary if you have never driven that track before. Narrow walls everywhere, and look at that committed run so far. Well within the slipstream range now, and whereas the BMW is still not close enough, so higher place can concentrate on Checo right in front of them. brings the gap down probably to a second. Good run through the chicane, gaining even more time. Now braking for the final turn. Solid, smooth run coming out of the final turn. Another 2-3 tenths gained 6 tenths that gap now. Can Checo defend that position heading into turn number 2 down the mountain straight? It is 4 tenths, under 4 tenths, 3 tenths. Look at that closing speed, but it's not enough this time. Definitely higher corner speeds for the Aston Martin. Oh yeah, they have to be patient for the run uphill. Little tap on the wall, left, right, but nothing major. So in a very good position now to go for a move down the common road straight. Just keep it clean and easy for this part of the track. Braking for first elbow. 4 tenths, that is okay. A little bit of a wiggle that could compromise the run now. Gets the traction back and gets the slipstream as well. It could happen. It could happen now. Wait, through the chase, it's still single file. No, wasn't close enough. But maybe out of the chicane into the final turn, we'll see. Oh, and that BMW is getting closer and closer behind. Blue flags. Now something to consider as well. So a higher place has to make that move pretty soon. Otherwise, it needs to obey. Whoa! Side by side they go. Through turn number 1, and a great move inside line for Sector 7 Racing. The Boomers. Now, can they defend that position? That slipstream is strong. Oh, Checo not going for that move, so I think that is time for a replay. That looked nice. Bit of a late move, but the inside line was open, and through goes a higher place. Nice overtake. And we see that Macho Monkey increasing his lead, 1 minute 24 to Ishmael. Evo gained already 15 seconds maybe on the 35. Blue flags as well, probably. No, it's not blue flags, it's Kings trying to unlap themselves against Ishmael. So looking at the lap times, Kings definitely has a bit more pace, so they're allowed to perform that overtake. Ishmael using his indicator to say go, go, go. Don't want to fight you, don't want to lose any more time. So Kings, not a position yet, but definitely on the same lap as E2. Is it? No. It is, yeah. Just. So Ishmael still on that lead lap. 1 minute 27 and gap to Macho Monkey in P1. And Evo 1 lap down. Gaining massively on the 35. 45 seconds. And going down was roughly a minute when we left. Kings got that pass. Now the gap between Kings and Kevin. 8-9 seconds roughly. And we saw that Ishmael under pressure again with another lapped car trying to make an unlapping maneuver. Again, patience is key here on the mountain section. Wait for the comrade straight to go for a move. It's the number 11 Project Platypus AMG EX Royal waiting for the long back straight to go for that move. Now it looks like he's in a good position. Again, it will be probably an easy overtake with that slip. Again, Ishmael indicating. And easy overtake. We were running with the Kevin in P5. 9 seconds. That gap. Finalize what? And there goes the stream. We should be still running. It's all good on my end. I hope it's all good. Those slim for Eric's Racing in P6, and we saw someone pitting. Who is that? The leader is pitting, going for the aggressive 3-stop strategy. Okay, nice to move. I was just a bit concerned. hey, yeah, exactly. Why is that? So the leader in, but the gap is big enough to stay in the lead. You can easily go for the 3-stop strategy. So we were running with a slim 24 seconds the gaps to P5 and P7. In P7 we have Paymay for Team Grid Life Racing, the number 3 Lexus. Very consistent lap times, mid 200s. Shred 4. Last minute racing in P8. Yeah, most of the lap times 201, say 200.9 as well in that mix. And Jakey for B66 GT Finland racers in P9, under 10 seconds that gap to P8. So those are maybe upcoming battles in the near future between those drivers, also depending on their pit stop strategy. It is. We should go the other way. In P10 we have 64 Sector 7 Racing Mikugar, the Lexus. 7 minutes and 7 seconds to the leaders. 4:53 to Jakey. That's 2 minutes 14 seconds currently. And we had PX Royal on stream with an unlapping maneuver. P11 currently, 24 seconds roughly that gap to P10 it is. Then after the overtake, a higher place for D764 Boomers car for Sector 7 Racing opened up the gap to Checo for AHR to more than 4 seconds now. And Checo driving his style, his rhythm, just trying to play it safe, keep it out of trouble, that is. And Dan's 12 minutes and 7 seconds behind the leaders at the moment for the 77. That is 9:41. That is 2:27. So 2 minutes 27 behind P13. Oh, my math is bad when I have to do it. Yeah. Machamoki flying in that stint. No one is able to match his pace currently. And again, that gap over 1 minute, even with that extra pit stop early on. So it looks like he's the only one with a 3-stopper. Most of the other drivers looking at a 2-stop strategy at this stage. So Ishmael still running in second position for Loose Moose Racing. And a bit crowded, that a bit of the track currently, where Ishmael is running. A lot of cars all around him and blue flags everywhere, but confusing blue flags. So we had a couple of drivers unlapping themselves over the last laps. It could be the same here with that car right behind. That is the Sector 7 Aston Martin with a good run over the mountain and out of first elbow, and probably see once again an unlapping maneuver incoming. Here we go. Slipstream. And oh, that was close, maybe too close, late. Very late. Watch it again. That could have ended in a little bit of drama. Okay, it looked doesn't look that bad on the replay, to be honest, but with the spectate mode we had, it looked it's scary for a moment. So Evo then in third, closing that gap. Like after 17 racing laps, that gap cut in half. I'm pretty sure it was more than 1 minute when they did the driver swap. Now it's just over 30 seconds, 34 currently. So Evo with good pace and with a mission to maybe hand the car over in P2 at the end of that stint. P4 Kings for Overboost Racing team. Still 10 seconds roughly that gap, and we have Shred pitting. I think we also saw it the entire race so far that the 45 car was going for the 3-stopper. Maybe they're sticking with the plan. So Kings and Kevin, not much changing between those two drivers. Slim as well. That gap barely the same. Not much changing in that mid pack. Alright, so while this is like now in a race in a situation where not much is happening, I'm going to bring up our calendar for the 2025 season for the GT Endurance Championship. So round 1 Daytona, we had the 24 to open up that season. We are currently running at Bathurst for the 12 hours. So next month we have the 8 hours of the Red Bull Ring Austria it is, for the shortest distance we have on the calendar, 8 hours. Then it's another big one coming up in May. That is the Nürburgring 24 hours. And a short trip to Italy, Monza, for a lovely little 8 hours race. And then we go back to probably one of the highlights of the season, the Le Mans 24 hours in July. Followed by 2 8-hour races, Watkins Glen and Fuji. Then 2 more runs to go towards the end of the season, 12 hours at Road at Atlanta in October, and in November we have the Spa 24 hours to finish that season. It will be a long season, but a very exciting and entertaining season for sure. So again, for the 2 stoppers, looking roughly at lap 20, 21, 22, somewhere between those 3 laps we should see the pit stops happening. Ishmael with the fuel getting lower, same amount of fuel probably for Evo, and just 30 seconds, so gained another 3 seconds on the 35 car. Kings and Kevin still 10, 11 seconds that gap. Oh, not much is changing. Traffic also plays a role now for the drivers. And all of the mid-pack drivers, they will be pitting very soon. Here, Slim for Eric's racing in E6, the number 7 car. May in P7. And it's the 66 car, Yeli, in 8th after the pit stop for the 45. So Shred in P9 for last minute racing. And the gap to P10, it's big. 2 minutes 20 seconds roughly. I'm not sure about that gap. It looks like Rusik's also pitted, going for an aggressive 3-stop maybe. Ishmael pitting in P2. Pretty sure Evo will follow very soon. So under 30 seconds now that gap. Staying out or go in? In. It is for the 44 as well. Same for King, so lap 20. So yeah, don't think it is necessary to go to lap 21, 22, because the stint distance is a bit shorter than on the previous stints. So you can probably go with 19 racing laps for 1 set of soft tires for that race. And we'll see. Evo refueling. Ishmael is out on the track again, and now Evo leaving the pits. Basically the same amount of fuel, 27, 28 seconds. That gap now for that middle stint of the driver's stint number 5 for the 44. We missed the improvement. Fastest lap, a 59.2, getting closer to that 58. P4 in the pits. So an overcut approach for Raw Talent Racing compared to Overboost Racing Team. The gap was roughly 10-11 seconds before the pit stop, and don't see that much changing, to be honest. Looking around turn number 1, and Kevin Gran Turismo still sitting in the pits, waiting for the refueling part to end. It's 12 seconds roughly, so fuel management a bit better for Overboost Racing Team by the looks. Gained, I think, a second, maybe 1.5 during that pit stop. So next drivers sitting in the pits, Slim and Paymay, P6 and P7. What about the 66? Staying out for a bit longer, doing one more lap on worn tires and low fuel. And those gaps are settled in now again after that round of pit stops. The Shred still running in P9, 15 seconds to Paymay. Currently we have in P10 the number 11 car probably on their in-lap now, judging the fuel. P11 runs with a little bit of damage, and that's a bit unfortunate because they pitted not too long ago. Lap 15-16 was their pit stop. Now 4 laps into that stint, and we see damage on the 64 Bikuga Lexus for Sector 7 Racing. Well, that's not helping them to push for a top 10 result currently. P12 on low fuel as well is the Boomers entry for Sector 7 Racing. That Aston Martin. Some good pace, gapped Checo by now 12-13 seconds after the overtake. And the HR driver with more fuel and good tire wear. But don't know if they can go for a one stop. Might be a bit of a stretch, to be honest. And Dan's War Race Asylum, the 77 Nissan GTR in P14. We see the number 10 also the 66. So stretching that first stint in that Corvette drops them down to P9, but probably will get that position back. Was of a different strategy. shred for last minute racing were quite aggressive. Again, with a 3 stops still, I think. And in earlier than the other drivers. Same as Macho Monkey for Sector 7 Esports, number 5, now dominating that race, has lapped Ishmael, so now we have just one car on the lead lap, everyone else at least one lap down. So what a change of events we had for so after nearly 9 hours of driving, we have the number 5 car dominating, leading this race with 1 lap in P2. It is the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. They were running at the front since the start, and then, yes, I said earlier, last stint, they miscalculated the fuel, ran out of fuel right about here where Ishmael is now, and a very painful, slow run. Is it a run? I don't know, way back to the pits. It was, lost so much time, and now they're 1 lap behind the leaders. Evo in 3rd place is pushing, and he was pushing a bit too much. Too much for Evo. He's running with damage. Is it too early for singing? Yeah, way too early, because the singing is just a thing for 24-hour races. Not just for a 12-hour or 8-hour race, no. It's a special thing. So only for 24-hour races you will get the Jaeger-Roki happening. So what's the decision for Evo now? That is just after the pit stop. But damage, he's probably still gaining on Ishmael in P2. Yeah, probably half a second to a second. Exactly, yeah, those kindergarten races. I'm not bothered to prepare a song. Nah. All the credit to the teams that are competing in endurance racing. Like for most drivers, it looks also like a 2-hour stint is quite a stretch. So, and comes always down to the individuals, but yeah, the 24 hours are definitely the ones that take the most effort and the most commitment for and from everyone, or including the staff, the admins, the stewards, and also our little broadcasting team. So yeah, special things for special races. And Hansa, you can boo as long as you want. If I do it every round, it's nothing special anymore, so appreciate the moments you get. So back to the racing action. Kings and Kevin Gran Turismo, nothing really changed. Kings gained a little bit, 2 seconds probably since that pit stop. I already got a song request for Nürburgring, and There will be definitely a German song happening. That's kind of obvious, I know, but yeah. Ooh, someone was parking there. Who was that? Can we see who played in the kitty litter? Not sure. I saw a car there beached somewhere. Who was it? Don't see cars with the damage, so sorry for the quick skipping there. But I need to see what happened. I definitely pressed the save the replay marker. I thought there was a blue-ish thing, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You say it was P12. Alright, so we go to the replay and see if we can catch what happened. If it was P number 12. Let's see, was it Skyline? Oh yeah, ooh, wow. But no damage, at least. But that was a nice spin. So no damage, but a good spot there finalized that it was P12. Yeah, with the spin. Yikes, yeah. Definitely. You see, sometimes those gravel beds are useful. Otherwise, this would have been a disastrous crash with engine damage, and I don't know what to do. But here, luck involved still, which gives the Checo the opportunity maybe to get closer. So we'll have a look. But I think a higher place. They were showing more pace than Checo so far. Probably just because of that spin now. Gap has come down between the two. And having a look at Evo, still running with that front damage, but also still catching Ishmael in P2. So Ishmael 202s currently, and Evo with that damage 200s. There it is. Yeah, so, but I don't know if, like, imagine being in VR and having that spin, then yeah, and you'd probably have like some kind of bucket for whatever comes up. This was definitely something to remember. That one at Skyline, a tricky corner. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong. So it looks like the second pit stop is about to happen very soon for our leaders. Fuel kinda low. And 2 minutes and 11 seconds. So Ishmael will get back onto the lead lap when the number 5 car is performing their pit stop, and I think this will happen now. The fuel is too low. Don't think they will risk it to go for an extra lap. And in they go. So for at least one lap we will have 2 cars on the lead lap again. Maybe 3. We'll see if Evo also gets that lap back. Still gaining on Ishmael. Trying his best with that damaged car. And yeah, looks like he's just getting back onto the lead lap now as well. With the leaders coming out of the pits now right behind. Probably won't be taking that long to see. Them being the only car on the lead lap very soon. So, Ishmael second, Evo third for the 44. Then we have Kings still running in P4, the gap between Overboost Racing number 1 and Raw Talent Racing number 20. The BMWs 15 seconds now. And Kevin not really able to bring that gap down. It goes the other direction currently. Since the pit stop, 2.5, maybe 3 seconds lost. Let's compare P6 and P7. 12 seconds between them, and slim for Eric's Racing. 201s mainly, and Paymay, yeah, definitely quicker, 200s. So Paymay closing that gap bit by bit, and can see that definitely coming down to a close battle towards the end of the stint or the start of the next and final stint of this 12-hour race here at Bathurst. Also looks like we are slowly approaching the evening, nighttime. So we started in the dark conditions, and through the morning, midday and afternoon, getting closer to the evening here for that race. So far, lovely conditions in Australia. Nice day for racing it is. The 66 with a different strategy compared to the 45 in front of them. So Shred with that 3-stop strategy and Yali with a 2-stop from what I can tell. So bit better situation for GT Finland racers for now. We have another situation between lapped cars. See BX Royal 2.0s. See, a bit quicker than Kings at the moment, if I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, Kings 201s and BX Royal 2.00s. So, is that fast enough to try and go for an unlapping maneuver? That is the question. And we also have Rusix in P11, just 3 seconds behind. Alright, so this can get interesting. Now for the number 11. Oopsie, my microphone. I mean, Ray, you have the power to pull the red flag if you you don't want that race to end in 2 hours and 48 minutes. So you have the power. Just call it. No, we are that close now. That close. It's not long anymore. On the final stretch now, considering a 12 hours race, so we're well within race hour number 9 now. And the situation, D10 P11, interesting. So the number 11 AMG for Project Platypus Racing stuck behind the Overboost Racing Team number 1 car. They're a bit quicker, they need to unlap themselves, but they're just missing that little bit of extra pace to make it a clean and safe move. So that's why they are losing a little bit of time, and this helps D64 Sector 7 Racing Mikugar Lexus to close that gap. 2.5 seconds, so clean air still, and you can see what's happening in front. It just needs to keep that head down and hope for some miscommunication between the drivers, maybe, to get a chance. I mean, it definitely looks like that the 11 car has a bit more pace currently. Or can they use it down the Comrade straight now? This would be the easiest way to do it. Getting really close now. Good exit out of first elbow and might get that run now. Yeah, could happen, it could happen. He's challenging the BMW and gets that move stick. I think that was ideal for the number 11. Didn't lose any time. Contrast gained with that slipstream, and also Rusix made a mistake somewhere. Lost a second easily in the mountain section. 3.5 it is now. So not the best lap for the 64, and the number 11, they now have a bit of a clear track in front of them, can use their pace, their speed. Let's go back to the gap between Ishmael and Evo, 10 seconds. Ishmael trying to stay with the second Aston Martin on the grid. Still not for position. That is... Oh, let me get my controls. A higher place in P12. Oh, but a bit more pace than Ishmael in that Aston Martin. But maybe a good opportunity for the 35 to stay with the car in front, help him go round the track. Evo still running with that damage, now lapping 201s. And just saw that Macho Monkey overtook Evo, so 2 cars on the lead lap again. And just 8 seconds roughly the gap to Ishmael for being the only one on the lead lap. And Ishmael lost a little bit of contact to a higher place. So probably doesn't have the slipstream down the Comrade straight. Advantage for Evo. We'll see Evo with the damage on the front will lose some pace down the straight. But shouldn't be too bad. By the looks, he is still gaining over the course of one lap. So under 10 seconds, under 9 seconds it is. And we'll see about the strategy. So maybe somewhere around lap 40, predicted pit stop window from my end, and 8.5 seconds the gap. All right, can get interesting. Kings with a solid run for Overboost Racing. So far a nice race for the defending champions. P4 after finishing P11 round 1 will boost their confidence, and yeah, it was like that the BMW was really suffering at Daytona. I think we all agreed that the time will come for those Beamers later on this season, and definitely a good race so far for ORT. And there are also some really good tracks on the calendar for that BMW. Raw Talent Racing with Kevin Gran Turismo in P5, second best BMW currently. And 16 seconds, so losing just a couple of tenths every lap. Slim versus Paymay. So under 10 seconds as well, that gap between Eric's Racing and Team Grid Life Racing. And see Yali up to P8 for the 66 GT Finland racers, because Red, they went in for their pit stop, for their 3-stop strategy, and down to P9 with fresh soft tires. And with some clean air and a clear track, Leaks Royal opening up that gap to Rusix in P11 for 4.6 seconds. Then we see the Sector 7 Boomers, Aston Martin, in P12. 11 seconds after that, a big scare caught on camera. AHR with the Jacko in that BMW M6 in P13. 10 minutes and 3 seconds, 2 leaders, and the Dance in 2 minutes and 17 seconds behind Jacko. So a bit more than a lap to P13 for the 77 car. So we should go to Evo and Ishmael. That could get interesting now. Oh, Evo with a 1 second penalty. I didn't see that. Just need to prepare the next travel stop and the final travel stop, so bear with me for a hot second. Okay, I got that stream source ready, so... Under 6 seconds between Evo and Ishmael. Also possibility for Evo maybe to go for an kind of undercut with that damage now. Lost a little bit of time there, maybe with some lapped traffic as well. Same lap time as Ishmael last time around. I think the earliest lap 38, I'd reckon. He also had a penalty to serve. Yep. So, short-term memory like a goldfish, I know. But hey, it's also been a long day so far. Oh dear. As soon as I have to do multiple things at the same time, it's not gonna work. Deering in the house, evening. Hello, buddy. So coming towards the second pit stop windows for the two stoppers now. A Macho Monkey on a 3-stop strategy, but is the only car on the lead lap once again. And it will probably stay that way. Macho Monkey, they will need to pit roughly lap 45, 46 maybe. Ishmael lap 39 to 40 would be my prediction. Evo still running with damage but catching Ishmael. If I would be a gambling man, and I would place a bet lap 38 for that pit stop. But maybe they can play it safe and go to lap 39. They still see that trend, even with that damage they are catching. And maybe Evo just got used to the damage now. Yeah. But to be honest, Ray, I had that same kind of vibe in my head when Deering said, "Good evening." That is classic Deering. Between Kings and Kevin, still 15-16 seconds, roughly that gap. Also getting closer and closer. They're to their scheduled pit stop. Maybe one more lap if they really want to. So all of the two stoppers are now really low on fuel. Let's wait for Ishmael. Under 4 seconds that gap. They should have the fuel to go one more lap. Will they do it? King's in for an early pit stop. See, the fuel could last for one more lap, but I think they are sure they won't be running out of fuel again. Evo. So I would have lost my bet here. Good that I'm not a gambling man. 3 seconds, but now the fuel is low, so this will be the in lap for Ishmael and Evo with roughly 3 seconds, maybe a bit less than. So for a brief moment we have Kevin Gran Turismo P4 on their in lap as well, judging the fuel. Kings for Overboost Racing Team just completed their final pit stop of that stint. And it's P5 with a Slim for Eric's Racing in P6. Also probably on their in lap. Now may under 5 seconds, that gap between Slim and May also something to keep an eye on. Those final 40 minutes of racing in this stint. And P8, it's Jakey. Also the fuel, I see red lights flashing on the display, but could go for one more and a shred with the 3-stop strategy. So good for a couple of laps still before their final pit stop. So 2.5 seconds between Ishmael and Evo. And now it's box. So, whoa, Evo with a very aggressive run into the pits, gained a second on pit entry. Wow, that was commitment. And we should see that Kings in P4. Slim staying out for one more lap. May doing the same, alright. So Slim and May on their in lap now. Kevin now comes out of the pits for Raw Talent Racing in P7. And we see Jakey now. It's not coming in. Yeah, of course. Now, one more lap, maybe for the GT Finland Racers 66 Corvette. Coming in. See, so that damage repair cost Evo 3 seconds. So under 5 still. And now it's time to push, and judging the pace so far, it probably will be very, very hard for Ishmael and the 35 Loose Moose Racing crew to defend P2. Evo already gained a couple of tenths and is going like all out on that outlap. That's a one way to warm up the tires if you go sideways all the way. The gap between P5 and P6 under 4 seconds now, with both drivers low on fuel. So they're making a visit now with their pit crews. So Slim in 3.7 seconds that gap to Paymay for the number 3 Grid Life Racing. So go back to Evo under 3 seconds. Pushing on that outlet. And gained 2 seconds already. He will be in striking distance in no time. Just have a quick look at the gap between Kings and Kevin, 13-14 seconds. So yeah, Kevin gained a little bit during that pit stop. Out of hell corner, Evo with a hell of a run. I need to do that at some point, I know. It was a good run of... I should see probably... Oh no. No personal best, just... tricked me a little bit with that line. It looked very smooth and fast, to be honest, but still gaining on the 35. Now he should be within the slipstream range when they come down the mountain section. And carrying more speed uphill. That was massive. 2-3 tenths gained, and we go now to the reverse camera. So you all have to imagine now the Jaws music. That white shark is approaching. A second and gaining down the Comra straight. Seven tenths. Probably half a second coming out of turn number 1. So we will go to Evo's perspective now. Da-da. Exactly, chat, let's go. And here we go. 6 tenths now. Getting closer. And closer. And closer. Not close enough, half a second now. Commitment through turn number 2. It's not close enough. The kink and the cutting. He has to be patient now, but he knows he has the faster car. Gets better traction, but cannot go for a move. Has to be patient. Uphill, lift a little bit. Lost some speed, but still within striking distance, half a second. A bit of dirty air, maybe also. Not helping, but gets it back through skyline, braking downhill. The S's left, right, close to the wall. Ishmael all over the place. And Evo needs to be very, very mindful now. Braking for forest elbow, early on the power, second gear. Good traction, good exit. And he will get the run now. Down that long straight Corvette versus Aston Martin, and the American muscle powers past the British V12. So Evo up to P2 and Ishmael down to P3. So have a look at P6 and P7, that gap. 3.8 still after that pit stop. so I need to do something in the background, so I just hide a little bit of my screen now for you. Sorry for that. Right. So, in case Webbo wants to join the party chat, so Webbo will be your commentator for stint number 6, and we had a nice time at Daytona round 1 doing that final stint together. So the Macho Monkey leader pitting, that also like a planned pit stop, yeah, the 3-stopper for all the leaders. They will still keep that privilege of being the only car on the lead lap. Out on the track again for the final 15 laps in this driver stint number 5. So then it's Evo for the 44 Race Asylum Corvette in P2. What's that gap now? We'll see the update. Probably at some point. Is it 2 minute 54? I don't know. It should be a bit less, I reckon. Loose Moose Racing in P3 to 35. Aston Martin. P4 with Kings for Overboost Racing Team, the number 1 BMW M6 in P4. A little bit of a slow lap for Kevin on lap 40 for Raw Talent Racing. That's 18 seconds now between P4 and P5. So it looks like the battle of the Beamers goes to ORT this time round. Oh, Deering in a good move, asking some important questions. Yeah. Can we have an onboard lap with Monkey, please? Yeah, we can do that. So just a quick run through that grid to get an update on the gaps between the cars, and we do a lap with Monkey, and then we go back to that battle. Slim and Paymay, just 3 seconds it is between those two, so we'll chat keep reminding me if I'm being carried away at some point. And Shred in P8, but they will be pitting soon for their final pit stop, so Yeli and the 66 GT Finland racers will move up a position to P8. In P10 it is still the Project Platypus number 11 AMG with BX Royal, putting in some solid lap times for the team. Rusix in P11 and 6.5 seconds on that gap to P10. In P12 we have a higher place for Sector 7 Racing Boomers Aston Martin. P13 belongs to AHR Racing Team. The Jakey in P13 and the Dance in P14. 77 GTR. So then, as requested, we go on board with Macho Monkey. coming through the chase. And then we start that onboard lap just now. Whoopsie! You don't want to tap that wall. Well, lovely little sunset incoming here at Bathurst, Mount Panorama. But a fast lap, nevertheless, with that little tap through the dipper. Next split. Oh, he's close. So, we had that fastest lap presented here on board. That was quite some timing. Woohoo! I like that. Well done, Macho Monkey, for a 59.2. We are still waiting for that 58, by the way, Mr. Macho Monkey. So we had two drivers doing that already in earlier stints. I know you can do it. You have the power. But a great lap, not gonna lie. Also Evo, his personal best, 59.7. Increasing the gap to Ishmael in P3. 12 seconds. That is Ishmael again caught in traffic. And oh, I should go to P6 and P7. I know. I forgot something. Chat, you should remind me after that onboard lap. Oh, roughly a second between Slim and Paymay. Eric's Racing and Team Grid Live Racing. And oh, that's Ishmael sitting right in between the two, and it's a bit unlucky for Paymay currently. He will lose some time behind the Aston Martin now, getting sideways out of the dipper. But there's just no real room to go for an overtake on that mountain section now. Out of first elbow down the combo straight. He has the run under 2 seconds still. That gap, and why? Oh, he was too close. Doesn't get that big draft. Still gets past D35. One lap back on the 35, and 1.5 the gap to the number 7 car running in P6 currently. So a hopefully close battle until the end of stint number 5 with that is 12 laps to go for those drivers. They are 2 laps down to Macho Monkey, the leader for Sector 7 Racing Esports. But leaders are also the only car on that lap. But yeah, and here we go. We see Shred in the pits now for the 45 with their final pit stop for stint number 5. So drop down to P9 it is. Now let's get back to that upcoming battle. Hey May getting closer and closer for the number 3 Lexus. 1.4 seconds roughly. Skyline 1.5, so a bit more commitment for the GTR. Number 7 now down the S's we go once again. It's 1.8. Paymay with a little mistake already, but through the dipper he gains back a little bit of time. 1.6. Braking downhill first elbow, it's 1.7 seconds. 1.8. 1.7 on the exit. 1.6. Good run for Paymay, really focused on that exit and gets into the slipstream range now. 1.4. Second down the Comrade straight. 1.3 with a massive run. So here we go. 1.2 braking before the chicane. Will stay roughly at 1.2 before that final turn. Solid run for both drivers. A bit more commitment for Paymay in that number 3. 1.1 crossing the line. Lap 48 for those 2 drivers. Coming out of Hell Corner, it is 1.1 second and gaining once again. We had that Jaws theme playing for Evo versus Ishmael. I think it's the same now for Paymay. He's catching. He's on a mission. He wants to get that P6. We see again blue flags. What's that? Don't think that is for those 2 drivers. Not so sure. It's probably still the 35 car. They just got past with that unlapping maneuver. So less than a second. Yeah, Ray, it will be because of Ishmael. Again, a little bit too wide. At Skyline, touches the grass, loses 2 tenths once again. Needs to be aggressive downhill. Good run through the dipper. Let's see if he can get a good run out of first elbow once again. Looks like he had the run, the speed under a second. Now we will get into that stronger bit of that slipstream. Less than a second, 8 tenths now. And that car keeps pulling in that slipstream. 284, 85 kph for that number 3 Lexus. And Slim is helpless without slipstream. In that GTR we go. Reverse Jaeger cam for you now. I have to do it. Even if my thumb hurts, like for the entire lap, I will do it. Yeah. Welcome, Webbo, by the way.
I was staying quiet until you made stuff, and then there was no more. So.
No more. Yeah.
Well, I was going to do a radio check, but I was enjoying you talking your way through a lap. So
yeah.
Good stuff.
It's all good. Yeah.
There's only 13 more minutes for your thumb to hurt.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Okay.
I try to keep it loose now as good as possible. So come on, come on. I mean, I can always decide to switch to Paymay's perspective, and if I get cramps at some point, but a bit of touchy there on the walls for both of the drivers. Oh. again, looks like Payme taking a bit of a weird line out of Skyline, using that outside curb and a bit of the grass. So let's switch perspectives. It's too much for me now. We'll keep it once again. Here, Payme has the better run out of first elbow with the massive run down the combo straight, 7/10. Again, gaining and gaining. It's so much easier for me with that camera. But we still get a nice impression, I think. So we go TV camera now. But that is the closest battle on track for those final minutes of driver stint number 5. And yeah, probably it will continue in stint 6 with those 2 cars being very, very close on track. Now we have 1 car dominating currently that race. That's the number 5 7 sector racing esports car, that Lexus. And here we go, Payme with the move. He had got the run out of turn number 1. Side by side they go into turn number 2 and makes it look easy. Nice one. It's replay time. Definitely. So let's go with the chase cam for that one. We get the best camera angle, I think, and just under the banner, Payme pulls alongside as the inside line. And they go side by side and very respectful driving. And up a position for Team Grid Live Racing. So can Slim stay in touch with Payme now? Still 8 laps to go. I think 7.5, 7 and a bit. I'm useless with numbers, but it's lap 58 where we will see the driver swap happening. It is still 8 laps after they cross the line, so it's all good. But yeah, Payme with a great run, a half a second already. Even that slipstream doesn't have that GTR that much, can barely keep up with the pace currently. What can Slim do? Needs to rely on a little mistake, and there was a little mistake already. Payme a bit squirrely coming out of the final turn. Cannot break free for now. Hell corner once again. Need to have a good run, and Payme again with the better exit. Now Slim with that slipstream can stay with Payme down the mountain straight. We go braking into turn number 1. 610 still that gap, so a quick run down for you, Macho Monkey, with a 59.0. I'm so close to that 58. Evo in P2, 2 minutes 31 seconds that gap for the 44. Oh, again with some damage. Evo is pushing too much. Twice now that stint with front damage for the 44. Ishmael for Loose Moose Racing 35. Car in P3. 1 minute and 12 seconds the gap to P4. That's Overboost Racing Team. Kings in that BMW M6. Another 19 seconds then the gap to the next BMW M6. That is Kevin Gran Turismo for Raw Talent Racing. And sitting in P5, 23 seconds. It's Payme who has now opened up that gap, 1.3 seconds, and he will be gone probably after the end of that lap. So creeping out of that slipstream. So P7 for the number 7 car. Then it is with Eric's Racing and Slim driving. P8 we have the 66 GT Finland Racers, Corvette C7, Yali. There in P8 30 seconds to the 45 GTR for last minute racing, Shred. They're on the track for the team. Then it's in 10th we have Project Platypus EX Royal. Again, some work to do in my head. 5:44, 7. Oh yeah, that's easy. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. So just over 1 lap, I think. Maybe they can bring that gap down so they're on the same lap starting that final stint. And P11 we have Rusix 4 Mikugar Sector 7 Racing Lexus number 64. 11.6 seconds that gap. P12 goes to Sector 7 Racing once again. That's the Boomer's car, the Aston Martin V12 Vantage in P12. 10 minutes and 28 seconds behind the leaders currently. And 30.5 seconds the gap to AHR with the Checo in that 69 BMW. 11 minutes the gap to the leaders, and we have 13 minutes down the road the 77 Nissan GTR with Dance. So lap 55 for Macho Monkey, so it's like time for me to set up my driver swap. Oh, yellow flag. The number 11 spawn. I just saw that. Having all kind of troubles to get that car going. Oh, feel some Austin Powers moments now coming in. The famous 20 turn. No. Got it back underway and no damage, so well played. But what happened with that spin? Comes through the kink into the cutting, probably a bit too early on the power. No? Whoa! What the heck? The rear just went. Also see like it. We see the shadows on the track, and then oh, he's parking there in a very dangerous situation, but he stays predictable. I think that was a good thing to do. But brown flag moments here. So I was just going to say I need to prepare the driver swap sequence window now on my end. So bear with me for 1 second. Please, racers, drivers, don't do anything stupid now. I need to be focused. Yeah.
Yep. We need a calm down flag for everybody now. Right now, stream being swapped. You can see my stream, okay, Jaeger?
Yep. I have that covered.
And just to check, I put it on plus 1.5 exposure correction because I know we're heading into the sunshine. Sunset.
Okay.
I didn't want to whack it all the way to the top, but I know. I remember Suzuka finishing in the pitch black. I wanted to avoid that if we can help it.
It was so dark. But I was just worried. You said you put it on 1.5 speed. I was like, how the hell? you want to finish early? Okay.
Well, we've got to recover some time. Yeah, we're starting late, so we've got to recover the time. Yeah.
Exactly. So. Modern technology. Here we go.
So I'm watching car number 5.
Yep,
ready to get underway.
Yep. But yeah, lap 56. So 2 more laps, and this to go. So looking at 2, 4, 5 minutes.
Perfect. Well, maybe the chat at the moment can catch me up on the developments of the day. I better just explain. My voice is not tip top. Just suffering a virus over the previous weekend, and it's on its way to improving. But I'm doing my best for you. I may stop to take a drink and try and make sure that we can reach the end of the final 2 hours. But yeah, let me know if we had many disconnections. I'm sure we've had a lot of damage throughout the course of today, but I'd love to get a quick cliff notes of where people are, how they find themselves. So do fire into the chat and let me know. That would be awesome. But I'll do my level best to make sure we get a fun run into the flag here tonight at Bathurst. Fantastic mountain circuit, and we'll be seeing some stars, I'm sure, out on track, and seeing the beautiful sunset effect here.
Yep, looking forward to that. And you also have with me for your stint, so you can ask any questions for the IRO GTEC Wikipedia known as Jaeger. You get everything out of me. Well,
perfect.
I was there since the start.
You'll be there. But I thought while you were making sure that our stream runs smoothly, that our live audience would give me a help. Although I have to say, putting my faith in a live audience has been problematic in the past. People do have a habit of telling me that they saw some frogs on the track or something like that, and it's I can often be misled, shall we say? People in chat. Naughty. Sometimes there are people online. There are some people on the internet that tell lies, and
no way.
It is a big. No, I'm telling you. It is absolutely true. I did enjoy a comment I read early on, which said the weekend's always better with IRO on the TV. I thought that was a very nice comment. I don't know if you clock that one, Jaeger, because I know you're very busy.
But that goes to the heart, like, ooh.
Perfect, good stuff. Well, car number 5 is getting a very, very close check over from his mechanics at the moment. I think the wheel gun men might need to just stretch, because they have been. They've been semi-squat and bent over for an unhealthy amount of time right now.
Yeah. Relax, just a bit of under 2 minutes now. Leaders on that final lap of the stint, so...
Let's mag up. Can't wait to get underway then. Here. Make sure that everybody is ready for this final stint. Love to hear your predictions, who you think is going to be able to make an overtake. And hopefully we will have a smooth journey through. I know I did a full livery check, so we should be all good.
The gaps
Jakey
for Kings, please.
For the gap. Yeah.
For Kings? Why for Kings? This is not your teammate. you probably need to look like you see it probably for Payme, yeah. So Kings, 15 seconds roughly the gap to Kevin in P5 in 1 minute 14 to Ishmael in P3.
With Stig saying Simon will move S7 Boomers into the top 10.
What?
So after, well, that's what he's saying.
Simon is driving for the Boomers, really?
Yeah, let me just take you through the championship then. Prior to this final stint, Esports Race Asylum, the number 44 in the Corvette, is on 80 points in first place, with Sector 7 in the number 5, leading the race today in the Lexus on 67 points. Grid Life Racing, number 3, are on 50 points in third place. In fourth, Sector 7's Boomers in the 764, driving the Aston Martin on 38 points. Loose Moose Racing, not Moosehead Racing, as I incorrectly called them last time out, is in the number 35 car, also in the Aston Martin, 30 points in fifth place. In sixth place, S7 Racing's Makuga on a car number 64, Lexus, on the 24 points. GT Finland Racers are in 7th on 66 points with 19 points. The fuel's going into Antonio's car here, Jaeger.
Yep.
So I think we're almost underway.
Transition time, baby.
Arix Racing is in P8, number 7, the Nissan, on 17 points, and Antonio is out on track and he is already out there. P1 for the Sector 7 racing car number 5, and looks like it's going to be a battle against the clock and against a dropping light levels, grip levels, and possibly even focus levels. But he gets the first opportunity to bed into the track, and he's already abusing the curbs, which is brilliant to see as he powers on through the next turn.
Watch out for Antonio. He was one of the drivers that did a 58 earlier on.
58.
Yeah, a 1 minute
Fantastic.
58.8, something like that.
That was an interesting start, though. He did just nudge the wall, so he does need to just dial it back a little bit through Quarry Corner. Needs to just make sure that he doesn't start this stint with damage, but he really is on it very quickly and trying to get the tyres warmed up. But perhaps the mountain section not necessarily the place to push on lap number 1. Just to complete what I was saying, P8 is Arix Racing. P9 is Raw Talent Racing, the number 20 in the BMW, first of the BMWs, on 15 points. We have Last Minute Racing on the 45 in 10th in the Nissan, 14 points. Then a brace of Beamers, first in 11th, Overboost, the number 1, the reigning champions, on 13 points, and Apex Hunter, the number 69, on 9 points. In 13th, the Platypus, in number 11 in the Mercedes AMG, the only Mercedes AMG here, on 7 points, and Razor Asylum 2 in the 77. In the Nissan car are racing in number 5.
Right, Evo now approaching the pit entry, or the 44 car will get released pretty soon, I reckon. Another 28 seconds, then the gap to Ishmael for the 35.
Well, I can tell you that that Antonio's already lapped, the driver in the pits, and he is heading through Griffin's Bend already on his second lap. Fuel going in then for the 44. That is none other than the championship leading ERA car. Yep, good top speed, of course, in this in the Corvette, so that is going to be very advantageous on a couple of long straights here in Bathurst, and we're out on track, the number 44.
Also see the 35 now performing that driver swap.
Yeah, no, that is the Loose Moose Racing.
Yeah. Oh, we have that Total Wolf I spot in that car. It is.
I should say we have Sharky out on track in the second position as well. Out comes Toto Wolf to begin, and a good chance of picking up second place here for Loose Moose. That will obviously be the target for us for the team.
Yep. Kings now with damage on the final lap lost 6-7 seconds to RTR in P5, so into the pits they go, and we will have a look at RTR, the number 20 BMW. So just 10 seconds, the battle of the Beamers will continue with that next stint. Of course, then Paymay, wow, look at the gap between Paymay and Slim, 14 seconds. We just had that overtake and we were hoping for a close battle. Well, maybe not. 14 seconds between Grid Life Racing and Eric's, but also, yeah, I see why, because Eric's have collected some damage on that lap. So in they go, the number 7 in P7. So then next up will be Yeli for GT Finland Racer, the 66 Corvette now coming in, that is. And then it will be Shred in P9, and once they have completed their driver swap, we will go full screen for stint number 6. That is, so I need to be ready to do that, and then we'll carry over with the full screen for the racing action with Webbo, and I will probably take a 2-minute break, and then I will be right back with you. Alright, so let's go.
No problem. Lucas is out then, the number 3 in that. In that 6th place, we've got Comrade as well on his way out. That's 11 seconds for Lucas, 18 to Comrade. Here we have him, the number 7, with then 15 seconds further back to our Finnish friends with Roisko, the driver for GT Finland, in the number 56. Currently 8th position. We've got a good tight midfield here, ready to go, and it looks like we've got our next driver heading out of the pits as well. I'll be eyes on them very shortly. It's Hafidi. Hafidi in the 45 exits the pits 32 seconds away from 8th position. So looking forward to seeing some close racing. He has got a car directly in front of him, but it's not for position. So that is certainly going to be interesting for him just to pace himself here. Racing soft tyres on, of course, and a reasonably full tank, but not a totally full tank of fuel here for Hafidi for this first stint. And our next driver exiting the pits at the moment. Let's keep our eyes on to see which of our drivers that will be. Oh, just a little touch on the wall. No driver, I'm sure, will escape the mountain unscathed. It's just a question of whether you can kiss the wall rather than a full-on headbutt, because you certainly will pick up plenty of damage. And as we saw in the previous stream, on the final stint of the previous stream, you get the car spun around and through the mountain. It's incredibly difficult to get yourself reorganized again and able to turn that car back around. And we can have multi-car pileups as well.
In the worst case, yeah. So I was wondering what names do you have, but I realized you have the GT7 nicknames on instead of the online IDs. That's why I got a bit confused. But all good, we can just keep it like that.
It's Mehdi Havidi, of course it is.
Yeah.
I've got that change for you, no problem. So on the outlap for Mehdi, he is 6 minutes away from the lead. Excuse me. Still waiting then on P10 to exit the pits. Just want to check out what we have here, and already catching Lucas, catching Brisbane. Brisbane, very appropriately named for today's event for Raw Talent. He's in P5, so 8.3 seconds. That is the gap between 5th and 6th. That's down from 11 seconds already. So a very, very impressive start for Lucas. We have Gomez, who is 1 minute 17 away from Toto Wolff. Gomez some almost 10 seconds away from the P5. Lots of congrats going in for Paymay for his recent stint. He's just showed up to the live chat, so taking the plaudits. And the stars are already out in the sky. We are probably going to end up with a very dark broadcast through the peak of the mountain anyway. So maybe Paymay could drop a couple of lines about where he felt he was particularly strong throughout that stint. That'd be awesome to read. And if you are a team manager, or a driver who's fresh out of the seat and you'd like to join in, just hit up Jaeger. I'm sure Jaeger will accommodate, and we can have a chat throughout the course of this final 1 hour 44 and 53 seconds on the race clock.
Exactly.
Let's head back down then to see. The Truth Serum is out on track in P10. He has made it out, and he is some 11.6 seconds away from Flex 6. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Flex 6 is here in the Dubby sponsored Project Platypus car 11 in P11.
Watch out for Flexi. Definitely, this is the upcoming World Tour driver. I think it's just 13 or 14 years old, the Austrian, but
Wow.
taking the GT World Tour and daily races by storm currently at the moment. So one of the fastest drivers currently out there. So watch out for that guy.
Terrific. I'm sure way past his bedtime then, if he's 13 or 14 years old, but doing a great job out there, and we'll see how he progresses throughout the course. 8 minutes 32. He will hope to turn those fortunes around a little bit and pick up a top 10 result. I'm sure that is target number 1 for Flexix. So the sun very much setting here, and I'm regretting my choices on the exposure. I'm wondering whether I need to get out of here, Jaeger, and turn it up even higher. What do you think?
No, we need
We're
to
right.
have like the immersion. Like we are driving into the darkness, and we cannot pretend like it's all day
No, that's fair enough.
light. So all good.
Simon out then for P12 in the 764. He is currently showing as 10.6 seconds ahead of Tank Bro, but to my information at least, Tank Bro hasn't exited. Blue Racer saying I'm on controller.
Same goes for Evo, who did an absolute brilliant stint there.
Wow,
Stint
you
number
were
5.
complaining about your thumb earlier on, Jaeger.
Yeah.
And 2 hours
I know.
straight on controller has got to be fatiguing on the digits. Already Simon has got absolute handful here, because not only is he coming to terms with a light car on cool soft tyres, but he has a car directly in front of him, not racing for position. Tank Bro is out on track, and Tank Bro
Just waiting for one more driver then to complete the driver swap. This will be the 77. It will be Blue Racer. Doing the final stint then for Race Asylum.
These drivers do not care, do they? They are pushing very, very hard. Apex Hunter Racing number 69.
They were like, wait, there were walls there somewhere. I don't know. It was all dark. Who cares?
I think they might be too busy looking at the sky.
Yeah.
I know when I've driven this track in the sunset in VR, I'm afraid it's incredibly distracting to see the night sky in the mountain, in the Blue Mountain Range in Australia. So yeah, it's perhaps not the best opportunities to look at the liveries in this final stint, but we'll try and catch them across the start-finish line, because that section is floodlit. So
Definitely, but we had plenty of time to see all those liveries throughout the day. So I don't expect any new liveries, by the way. It's the same.
I mean, Apex Hunter have certainly slapped an Aussie flag on the rear quarter, for this race. So props to them for that. But
And,
no special liveries.
And according to Slide Rules, who was doing commentary with Brohawk, he said he discovered that there's a kangaroo on that livery as well.
A kangaroo, mate. We'll have to take a really close look at that. It's the last thing anybody wants to see on the mountain. So flying up the mountain straight we go, climbing until we get to Griffin's Bend. Very misleading corner, Griffin's Bend. You take it so quickly, but then you need to start reining in the need to push and the speed through the next few corners into the cutting. We go double apex, slow entry, and Blue Racer on controller is out on the track, and he is 13 minutes and 42 away from the lead of this race. But I'm sure we'll find plenty of targets here. The 77 racer.
Is that a 59.0 already? Damn it, Antonio.
It is a 59.0 already for Antonio. Yep, affirm that. And not stroking it home just yet here, Antonio. Just going through this soft tyre period, trying to get the fastest lap, certainly of the stint, while the sun is still the warmth of the sun is still on the track, and we'll enter into full dark and night conditions where the track will cool down. Of course, we won't be able to see sunrise on this one. Nick saying that Lucas catching Brisbane at a rate of knots. Let's have a look. Absolutely, good shout. 3.5 seconds now. That is P6. That is the number 3 car. Remember that gap initially was from lap 1 was 11 seconds. It's now down to 3.1. So heading up the hill once again we go, on board with Lucas. I'm not sure. I think Stig Zander might have been asking about my Australian cousin who just dropped into comms for a moment there, rather than myself. So yeah, we just need to make sure that we know exactly who he's talking about. Lucas then just heading through the corner. Also, Kukis catching Conrad too, says Nick. Yeah, that's down to 4.1 seconds, so not quite there. He's picking up a blue flag in front. Kukis for our Finnish team. I thought there was a driver just in front, just moving aside for him, but nope, it's not to be just yet. So there's certainly a car between him and Conrad right now.
Is it Daytona all over again, where it's like we have 4 battles simultaneously?
2 hours, 2 hours of gaps, and then 30 minutes where 4 cars were close to each other, and we were back and forth between those 2 gaps. 2.7 seconds now. Lucas to Brisbane, and his P5, and that I believe is the car we are chasing up in front. So looking for a good exit here in the Lexus, a good all-rounder race car here. I know you were talking earlier about the Beamer and its relative strength on some of our courses, but currently BMW P9, 11 and 12 in the championship after Daytona.
That is true. The gap between P4 and 8 of 10 hours plus racing is crazy without having like something like red flags or yellow flags or safety cars or whatever. Just pure racing.
Have we avoided disconnections, Jaeger, so far?
No, of course not. We had stint number 1. We had a car that couldn't make it onto the grid after they got stuck on the start to reset the lobby and then couldn't rejoin, so they missed the entire stint. Same happened for stint number 2, where a car got stuck on the grid when we started the race.
Is this a wheel and handbrake issue? Because that's what I'm picking up in the recent update. People are having their handbrakes stuck on. Yeah. If they have a separate handbrake, it does seem like the more money you spend on your rig, the more issues people seem to have, whether it's delivery, customer service, or its failures, or Gran Turismo not quite updating the drivers properly for the equipment.
Something, yeah. We also had the Race Asylum 44 with a disconnect. We're running in P2 now. So I guess they would be on the lead lap still without a disconnect. It was late in that stint. Still, they suffered from a DC.
Yeah.
But so far, and I'm knocking on my desk, or whatever that is, the Sector 7 Racing number 5. So far race without any major issues.
So just riding on board Brisbane here because Lucas is catching. He's got the slipstream going up Mountain Straight, and on the way into Griffin's Bend I thought he might have a go, but he's incredibly close, perhaps so close that he might struggle through the mountain. Now through we go into the cutting to the camera right, but it is a left-hand turn as we're using Jaeger's favourite chase cam here, and running through Quarry Corner past Reed
Good
Park.
thing I don't have to use my thumb again for that.
Exactly, yeah. And then into Frog Hollow. Was there ever an IRO race without a DC by somebody? asks Hansa. I think the chances are pretty slim. We have so many drivers, so many stints, many hours of racing. Kyle is celebrating as Brisbane kicks up some dirt into Lucas's face, but he's having to just follow my lead up around here. But I do anticipate Lucas will be right there with Brisbane as they come down now. Conrad straight, looking for that slipstream once again as we ride just on the bonnet, on the hood here, and you can already see the overspeed, but it's not going to be quite enough as we turn right in towards the chase. Big stop now. Turn left. Maybe a hint of lag there on the number 20 in front, perhaps. We're looking for a good opportunity down into Murray's corner and under the super cheap auto gantry. Will we look for a move into hell? Not quite, and trying to focus on that exit, but I think washing out slightly on the way through the next corner. That was through hell. We're back on the mountain straight, and then surely now it has to be that slipstream being picked up. We move over to the right. The 20 had a go, but it's just not quite enough. And completing the move goes Lucas up into P5, and he's already closed in an 11-second gap and overcome that gap and made the overtake. He now has a 12-second gap in front to Gomez, and that is obviously going to be his next big target. Fantastic overtake from Lucas.
Also in chat here, Stick Sender with 4 potential world qualifiers on track for the turn 3 currently.
Wow.
Here in that stint with Antonio, Maddie and Simon, and we had of course the GOAT, TRL Lightning, Mikhail Hizal, with qualifying yesterday and the opening stint for Loose Racing. So that amount of talent is just not stopping here for the 2025 season. Crazy to see. We also had Manu Rodri for Loose Racing for round 1 at Daytona. Oh yeah, no words basically how that escalated in a really good way, by the way, for the IRO.
Definitely. Fantastic season last year. And it's just going from strength to strength. Everyone at IRO can be incredibly proud. Here is Kukis then. Half a second only behind Comrade. As Nick calls that out on the chat as well. It's exactly what I was looking at. So appreciate it, Nick. Kukis makes the overtake, and it's very straightforward there. That's the power of the Chevrolet and that beautiful top speed of the American muscle, making the overtake then on the same lap that we saw the overtake earlier on, just a little bit later.
Also good point in chat, Hansa, we have 2 splits, and we will be doing the same next weekend for split number 2 at Bathurst with the 12 hours. So hats off to the admins for doing back-to-back 12-hour races here with the IRO.
Definitely. So is it Bathurst next week as well for the split 2?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Amazing stuff. And are you handing the reins over to Ray for that one?
I'm not involved in hosting usually, so
no.
We'll see.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, Kukis up to P7, as we were just calling there. He has now a 27-second gap in front and has opened the gap to Comrade in P8 out to 1.5 seconds, despite the fact that he's got a blue flag waving car just in front of him. Let's go back through the order then, and we just mentioned Comrade there. Then we've got Mehdi in P9, still not seeing the gap between himself and Truth Serum over a lap, obviously, but Mehdi has just closed that gap slightly to this point, down to 25.5 seconds from 32 seconds. The Truth Serum is in 10th place. Some 5.8 seconds over a lap ahead of behind Mehdi, but 5.6 seconds now in front of Flexis. This is Flexix as he comes around past Salmon Park, past McPhillamy Park, and towards the skyline. Nice close times so far, just a 10.5 off his best. Best time so far on track, a 1:59.0 by Antonio, of course. We have Simon. He is running P12. You get some fantastic graphics then over the top of the mountain on the trackside cameras at the moment. Simon, you get the lights of the town below, the stars in the sky above. Absolutely gorgeous. Simon in P12, 48 seconds. That has now opened that gap to P13. Tank Bro circulating here. You have to trust me, it's Tank Bro. Obviously, over the mountain you can just see headlights. Because why, Jaeger?
It is so dark.
It's so dark. Flexix in the pits. Now that's interesting. Flexix has already gone through his soft tyres, and he is heading into the pits. I think that's the first of the pit stops, but I will double check. No, it must. Blue Racer is running at the moment, 14 minutes off the lead, and he is circulating at the moment. ORT down, says Jakey. Antonio burning through the fuel, burning through the tyres, probably on the last lap or two of his fuel. So saying early pit stop, says Stig Zander, as there is ORT into the pits, and you can see the damage. Well, I can see the damage, excuse me. Front splitter. So some repairs to be carried out there from ORT, and that is gonna hurt because they drop to P6 at the moment, and possibly even further as the damage is going to be repaired in the pit lane. Fuel just going in now, then the damage will be repaired. We won't see the graphic of the damage being repaired, but it will happen. The front wheel damage has been repaired because they've changed the wheel. Obviously no problems on the hub. And waiting now, and there the release then for ORT, dropping down to 8th position, an unscheduled pit stop, back out then on the soft tyres, and not quite a full tank of fuel.
So they can switch to the 3-stop now. So we had like 2 stops versus 3 stops strategies throughout the entire stint. So it's doable, I think, now.
I'm just being asked about Toto Wolff and his pace at the moment. He's on a 2:01.4 last lap. 2:01 pretty much has been the story of his pace from lap 5 onwards. He's been pretty metronomic out there. The best so far at 2:01.0. I mean, wow, just contrast that between himself and Antonio's fastest lap of the race so far, of the stint so far. 1:59.0 is 2 seconds a lap faster at the ultimate pace. But can Antonio maintain that level of pace difference? We shall see, as Antonio still well out in front, and I'm sure heading in towards pit lane. Of course, he is the first of the scheduled pit stops because he's been out for so much longer than everybody else. We have total of 59 laps, but we are running to the clock, are we not? Or are we running to the end of the 59th lap, Jaeger?
To the checkered flag, no matter what the clock says.
Okay, super stuff. Hopping over the curb, there goes Candyman, heading through Griffin's Bend. There is the ability, you can just about put a wheel over the curb, but there's about only a wheel between the curb and the wall. As with a blue flag is Toto Wolff. I think that's our Finnish friends. Car in front that is being given that blue flag, but he'll be forgiven for not seeing it. Antonio in the pits with 4 litres of fuel remaining. in the car, so he obviously grossly overfueled that car for this stint. I think lots of lessons to be learned there. This is a fastest sector in the first sector from Toto Wolff here, following the Finnish Corvette, which I think is obviously helping him pull him up the hill.
Don't get too excited. We see that all the time in Sector 1. You have to, like,
don't tell me not to get excited, Jaeger. Don't tell me to not get excited. Come on. That's my stock in trade is getting excited.
You said your voice and you're a bit still ill, so
that's true.
Just wait for when it actually matters. That
okay.
Sector 1, come on, this is too early.
Okay, well we'll see. We're heading towards Sector 2 right now, and it's 0.8 of a second slower. Oh, so you're absolutely right. But a good one from Toto Wolff anyway.
This race, yeah.
At least I didn't get excited about fastest laps in lap 2. I didn't make that mistake. So, and I have done it in the past. So. Lucas has opened the gap to P5's Brisbane to 7 seconds since that overtake. That's a long way to go to get on the podium. 1 minute and 29. Hands are just calling out that it's pitch black now. Very, very dark on track. So I will just wait for everybody in the chat to confirm just how dark it is, because it won't be a sunset IRA stream without that happening.
But must be your end, Hansa. It's totally fine here.
Yeah, absolutely. I can just about make out a curb, so it can't be that dark right now. Brisbane in P5. Kukis, he has opened the gap out to Comrade to 5.9 now, 6 seconds. He's now picked up a blue flag as well. I can't see who he's supposed to give the place up to. Is it from behind? Oh, we can't. It's very dark, Jaeger, and I can't see through the spoiler on the back of the car to see if there's a car coming up behind him.
Blue flags, definitely, but not sure. So
that's tough.
Difficult to tell now with cars being on different laps. On that part of the track.
I know Kukis was being passed a few moments ago, so yeah, that's probably what's going on. I'll tell you what we have got is a battle cooking here, because we've got Gomez out after that unscheduled early pit stop, which may force him into 3 stops to see us out today. So he is going to be driving, I would imagine, pretty aggressively. If he has to make 3 stops, he's going to have to really, really accelerate this and pick up some good points. Remember, reigning champions ORT had a relatively quiet Daytona and are in the midfield at the moment, and obviously dropping down into P8 right now. So that was after that damage. I'm sure one of the many walls here were to blame. Not the driver, of course. The driver, the walls that move towards the driver as Gomez heads down Comrade Straight.
Shadow, that sounds like cheating. Running with temporary exposure turn up. Come on.
Why do endurance racing if you're going to change the exposure, right? I can confirm for everybody
here again.
In case you're wondering, I have turned the temporary exposure up to 1.5. Otherwise, we would have a very, very white start to the race. But trying to make sure we get a good balance. But it's certainly, the sun has set very quickly here, so we will be running in the dark for the vast majority of the race.
Doesn't look too bad from the onboard, to be honest.
No, and that was just a mistake on the car in front. Just running wide, slow out of the corner, so that's easy pickings for Gomez. But the car immediately in front now is Comrade, the Brit, that Gomez, our Portuguese driver, can run. Just clicking down through the gears, through Griffin's Bend, towards the cutting now. When you watch on board, it's a wonder the cars can actually weave their way through this track. It's so narrow. Definitely need to find the location for the closest to the wall challenge.
King Ears also has King Eyes, apparently. Here we go.
So much patience required and accuracy. A little bit of throttle to turn the car mid-corner. Is brave around here into Forest's elbow, and I think we might be slightly too far away to pick up a distant tow from Comrade's car in front. Went from 1.5 seconds down to 1.1 as we head down into the chase. Car behind picking up a good tow as well. That was the just past. That's not Mehdi behind. That is a blue flag car we just overtook. And now the gap down to 1 second here for Gomez. Trying to chase this race back. Was that a hint of a mistake from the car in front from Conrad? I think it was, heading through Hell Corner. And now look at the gap, shrinking down to half a second. I'll be tempted to go for a move rather than follow Conrad all the way through the mountain, but just not close enough this time. But pressuring now, really pressuring Conrad. RX Racing driver obviously running out. He's got damage on the car, I can tell you. He's got front bumper or splitter and front right damage on the wheel, so it was struggling to turn left there for a moment. Yellow headlights of Gomez behind. A little bit of
few cars with yellow lights, right? So
yeah, and it's a weird one because in WEC and GT racing here in Europe, it's the division between the GT3 and the GT4 cars that have different coloured lights, and it's just not applied in Gran Turismo, unfortunately. Conrad, 0.4 of a second as they head down Conrad Straight. He should be good at this straight. And here is Gomez, tempted to have a look. That was a worrying moment there for Conrad. I thought we were going to have contact heading into the chase, but thankfully he has been patient enough. Oh, is this a release? Into the pits we go. So Conrad making life somewhat easier for Gomez. Although Gomez obviously had to spend a lap slow behind him, suffering with the damage, reduced pace. But of course, Gomez himself had some damage as well. And now clear track in front of him to Kukis, 12.4 seconds. I think there's probably a car out of position in between them.
And it can't be that dark to not go fast. Look at that, Antonio, 58.9.
Yep.
Here we
Wow.
go. Well done,
As
sir.
the car was presumably on the brand new soft tyres. That's lap time.
Yep. He's going for the 3-stop as well as throughout the entire event so far. The number 5 car went for the aggressive 3-stop strategy.
That's something else to be this far in front and being on the 3-stop strategy, but it's obviously working for him. So Mehdi, our Frenchman here, another very fast driver. Kind of out of position really for the speed he has inside him.
Blame it on the teammates.
Indeed. He's certainly leaving no prisoners against the wall there. You'd think the drivers would start taking it a little easier, but they are still pushing tremendously hard. Sparks flying off the walls, which you get to see, of course, in the dark conditions.
This would have been the perfect opportunity for the team. Last Minute Racing, they have Sparks Theory on the lineup.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not driving now. Come on, Sparks Theory, Darkness, Sparks. I know. I'm getting carried away a little bit, I know. Missed opportunity.
Whoa, Flexix pushing hard and coming unstuck slightly there. Almost in the wall.
Theory in the chat. Look at you. Look at you.
Yes, next time we're in the dark, Sparks, you really should be in the driving seat here. Flex 6 against the wall again.
You have to do it like that to be quick.
Yeah. Half a tank of fuel on board. Looking ragged and rapid at the same time. Leaving absolutely no margin. Negative margin to the walls as we're managing to scrape that beautiful paintwork off. Slight miscalculation heading through Forest Elbow. The car not quite at one with him. And look, I mean, they can see the whole track in front of them with these headlights, Jaeger. I mean,
nice.
It's easy,
yeah.
right? Now put them in a Formula car, and I think we'd have a complaint. But
crazy, like that cars have lights that can help driving in dark conditions.
Absolutely.
I thought. Absolutely.
There goes this.
But also, like, having it's the final stint, so you should leave some battle scars on your liveries now, because it's proof that we have survived the Bathurst 12 hours.
Absolutely. Well, they look good in the museum, all gravel rashed and messed up. Brisbane in the pits, 8 litres of fuel remaining on the car. Not quite enough for another lap, but Brisbane pits now from 5th place. And this is Antonio pushing hard once again. I think there will be drivers who haven't quite completed their first pit stop before Antonio is ready for his second.
Point 7? What? He has night vision.
Yeah,
about that.
Absolutely. He's driving incredibly well here on these fresh soft tyres. Maybe underfueled the car slightly there for this stint. He knows that... in fact, Antonio in. Now that is a surprise to me. There's no damage on the car. And in he comes with a quarter of a tank of fuel left.
Such a big lead, he wants to probably go bring that fastest lap down. So I'm not sure what the fastest lap overall is. We had like 30 minutes missing in stint number 1 due to a stream cut. Well, Tiara Lightning was driving and he was definitely running 58.7, something like that. So maybe there's an extra incentive there to go and grab the fastest lap. There will be some extra points.
Toto Wolff has dropped the pace down to the 202s, and I think is trying to sip the fuel to get home here at the end of this lap 21, official lap 21. Antonio going for the fastest lap. He's already got the last 3 fastest laps, but he still wants to go even quicker, it seems. So possibly going for a 4-stop here, or even more than that, as he's got such an enormous lead. But I'm expecting Toto Wolff to head into the pits. Candyman is now in the pits. I think this is scheduled pit stop number 1 for him, as Lucas pits as well. We've had a request for Hazel, which is Mehdi and his stints. Wow, look at the pace that Mehdi has been running. Identical laps here since lap 11. That's pretty special, as he's heading in, I'm sure, into the pits now as well. He's got at least 6 pixels of fuel on the car from what I can see. So 5 litres overfueled for that stint for Mehdi. Brisbane is out of the pits and he's in P5 now, fresh soft tyres, just over as half a tank of fuel. Hasn't gone for a heavy load of fuel here.
But we are laughing now with the fuel, so we had the leaders, the 35 car, running out of fuel midway through the race for half a lap. So
half a lap round here. Yeah.
Yeah, they ran out of fuel when they were at Skyline.
Ouch.
That was a big miscalculation, or didn't have it like on their mind or whatever. It was such a surprise that suddenly they went slow and lost the lead now running in P3. Racing team still on the podium, but yeah.
Old Man Jay saying,
there.
was the fastest lap in stint 1 1:58.6? If so, Antonio is very close.
Yeah. We don't know because we don't get the stream coverage, so we need to have that confirmed probably from Ray, who was hosting that lobby.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she can remember what the fastest lap was, but
Ray is distracted by her own heart rate at the moment, so I don't know if she's jogging in while watching our race on a treadmill.
I believe a 0.5.
And now we're getting heart rate chat, and so updates from everybody. Actually, took my watch off earlier, and there's a flash of the lights from Kukis to I think that was is that Blue Racer at the tail of the field in that gorgeous ER8 livery Corvette, and Kukis making his way through, but making his feelings felt. And of course Gomez, wow, Gomez is catching Kukis fast. That he was in significantly behind after, of course, that pit stop. Came out of the pits in P8 after his unscheduled pit stop. What's Steven saying? Crash P1, P3? I think he's just having us on there. No major change for Antonio and Toto Wolff.
Finalized. Stop telling lies.
Yeah, let's have. They do not have damage, Stephen. I've just looked at them, dude. Come on.
You're watching a different race.
You're trolling us. You're just trying to get us to look at them, I think. But Gomez is 2.5 seconds away from P6 here, so I'm going to stay with Gomez. 20 stop strategy confirmed from Lemon Master, apparently, for Antonio, who's just going to pit fast lap like that for us, apparently. Blue flags given, but I think that's for Blue Racer, so the gap from Gomez to Kukis has opened now to 3.6 seconds. It was 2.2 a few moments ago, as Kukis had made the pass, made that lap car pass. I'm not quite sure what Blue Racer should do in this situation. Maybe move aside and get out of the way, but it's difficult, isn't it? Because you really don't want to compromise your race to this extent. Kyle talking about buffering getting annoying. There's nothing on my end.
No.
Or on Jaeger's.
No, mine is also fine. We had the buffering stream with DJ Brock. This is all also done now. We don't have any buffering. It's running perfectly fine here.
So I don't know if Kyle is talking about one of his team's drivers suffering something in the seat there, but we look okay from our perspective anyway. This stage. This is Gomez. Now that gap opens to over 4 seconds. He's got all that work to do once again. Ray confirming no buffering, so that's fantastic. She's watching on 2 devices at once. Hopefully those 2 devices are quite close together, Ray, otherwise you're going to suffer neck damage or cross eyes, I think. 50-inch action on the TV and the laptop. Good stuff.
Are both devices in sync?
That's true. One for replays, I think, maybe. Mehdi is 5.3 seconds away from Comrade. So I think Comrade, unfortunately, is spending this stint going backwards bit by bit. Flexix is catching the Truth Serum here. 3.3 seconds between our young Austrian trying to catch the Canadian Truth Serum. Kyle obviously knows better than the rest of us, as he has the best internet, it seems. Flex 6 is 3.3 seconds now away. Over the hill. Into the wall once again. There'll be nothing left to the right-hand side of this car for Flex 6 as he hits consecutive walls. But unfazed, still pushing incredibly hard through here. Just working through the order as we've got Simon in P12.
Exactly, getting a bit slippy in chat now.
Yeah. Tank Pro 1 minute 47 behind Simon, but has a blue flag, or is being given a blue flag. I think being given one. Blue Racer into the pits. I think possibly first scheduled pit stop. Some damage to repair on the car, but a good opportunity to take a look at that livery in full fluorescent lighting in the 77, and away we go. Antonio in the lead of this race, having absolutely pedestrian laps at the moment. Over 2 minutes, Jaeger, here for Antonio. Looking for a clear spell on track, I think.
He can afford at least 3 more pit stops.
But Antonio, yeah, trying to find a good opportunity, but he's burning through the fuel while he waits for that chance to get going. Goes Candyman into turn 1, hell corner. Comfortable position for P2 for Candyman, as is also comfortable for Toto Wolff, our Japanese driver, racing for Loose Moose Racing. That's got to be a challenging time difference for team practice. But the number 35 is not suffering at all. P3, 1 minute 11 to Lucas. I think that was something like 1:29 earlier on, after Lucas took that 4th place. So it's not necessarily on the hunt for the podium here for Lucas, but he's going to do his level best, and he's opened out the gap to Brisbane to 13.7. Brisbane here on screen. No man's land. Very similar gaps in front and behind. Just racing his own race at the moment. Hans are saying he'd have to pit every 2 laps for damage repair around here. Yeah, I'm exactly the same with you. As Kukis, that's when I'm not looking at the stars as we go up the mountain. Kukis ahead of Gomez, 7.2. That got very, very close earlier on. I think Gomez might have had another pit stop, I think, possibly. No, they're on a similar pit strategy. So Gomez with a couple of slow laps there, by his high standards. And lap 20, a 2:08. I think that was the one stuck behind Blue Racer, possibly. And the 2:17, almost certainly the pitting lap. Then his gap to Comrade is, well, I was going to say it is 5 seconds, 4.8 seconds. Here we go. Behind him, Mehdi dropping that gap down to 3.1 once again. Very quick flash of the livery there as we head deep downhill and into Forest Elbow. Helpfully, very bright blue painted Falcon tyres wall on the exit of Forest Elbow. Not the best camera angle there. Side-on view of a car in the dark. But just riding on board with Comrade as the gap behind is shrinking. You can just peer in between elements of the rear wing. Those headlights behind us, they are Mehdi's car. Let's go back to Mehdi and see. Let's ride the Apex cam. I haven't given anybody motion sickness yet. So we'll ride with Mehdi and try and do that.
At trackside things, look at the lovely sky and the lighting. It's beautiful if you're not racing.
It absolutely is. Yeah, that's finalised saying about to be a pass here coming up for P8. Well, we got close before, and then we got a lap car in between, and it didn't help. But a personal best first sector for Mehdi, 2 seconds behind the car in front. Helped a little, possibly, by the slipstream. Yeah, I think everyone's got that song in their head, right? Abracadabra, absolutely.
Nope. Don't get me started.
It's not a 24-hour race. You are prohibited, Jaeger.
See? You remembered.
I remembered.
Chat didn't remember. Like, time.
That's because I tried to get you to do it last time out as well, and it didn't quite work. But we will try. We will try. Unfortunately, I don't quite have the stamina to go to do the late night ones. We have 8 hours of Red Bull Ring coming up for you early April, followed by a sing-along Nürburgring 24 hours at the start of May. Let's just watch though, because here comes Mehdi on RX Racing's Comrade. A look to the inside perhaps. Oh, it wasn't quite on, but he's made the move, and I think he's just about got by, and I clicked the wrong button, excuse me. And we had a lovely view of a trip through the grid. Anyway, that is Mehdi making the overtake on Comrade, and finally then up to P8 for Mehdi. An assailable gap in front, 5.8 seconds to the also very quick driver Gomez in front. Stig is putting in his song requests already, and this is for May. Jaeger here at the moment.
Noted, yeah.
June will be Monza, 8 hours, followed by July, the 24 hours of Le Mans, of course. The 8 hours of the Glen is in August, mid-August for that one, and mid-September for the 8 hours of Fuji GP. Penultimate round of the championship is in October, the 12 hours of Petit Le Mans, and finishing up at the Spa 24 hours on the 15th to 16th of November.
Antonio with a 0.57.
Oh.
0.09 off the fastest lap. He's pushing, he's going for it.
Wow, with 009 away. I see. Senate 69 saying rules are meant to be broken, Jaeger.
It is. It is an IRO race without me singing. Trust me, bro.
You need to get to a certain level of fatigue and delirium before Jaeger is willing to break out the singing.
It was a complete daytime stream for me, like starting like at 11 a.m. my time. Now it's still no wee hours or whatever in a delirium or whatever. So this is not gonna happen. No way.
And
you have to get me very drunk for a non-24 hour race probably to do some singing.
Personal best lap from Mehdi. He's got the bit between his teeth. He's ready to push as Antonio in the pits once again. Who's keeping count? I think that might be number 3 for Antonio so far. So he's into the pits. We've got someone cheering on Lucas. He's in P4. He's catching. He's going to try and drop that gap to under a minute to Toto Wolff, who's obviously going to be working the wheel no less hard. This is Lucas. Low engine sound there as we come through out of Forest Elbow, down the Comrade straight once again. Back to that epic camera angle. Luke is flying. His personal best was a 1:59.9. He has got under the 2-minute mark, but only the one time since lap 19. But yeah, absolutely. That's thanks to some fresh tyres. Relatively low fuel load. It is lap 28 of 59 on our clock. We have just over, I think it will be just over an hour to run here tonight, or whatever time you're watching this in your local time, or re-watching it. I don't know if you get a lot of people watching the races back end to end. Jaeger?
Unlikely. We get quite a few views after the live streams, but not like the 12-hour watch time.
Yeah. Well, you need to do IRO a favour and leave the race on overnight for us, and make sure that we pick up that watch time. Very, very important. So play it to your cat overnight. I'm sure they will appreciate watching in the dark. It's Lucas.
You can also run it like with ×5 speed.
Oh yeah, good call. Good call. That's Luke then. 3 seconds away from a minute gap to P3. That's the plan at the moment. And how are we doing in the midfield? Brisbane 5.7 ahead of Kukas in P6. And look at this gap between Mehdi and Gomez. Mehdi is definitely on the hunt here for Gomez and that valuable P7. Oh wow, Jakey's saying that this is the first time Luke has been at a 59 for about a week. 30 laps left. So it's a good time to get your top lap in, for sure. Mehdi on the hunt.
Just a bit dark, maybe. But yeah, Antonio doesn't care.
No, 58.576. Just needs to drop that by 100th to stake the top lap of the 12 hours. Here is Mehdi as he gets a great slipstream here. Might not be enough on the first right-hander into the chase. Hint of Gomez maybe just shaping to the inside there slightly. Ignore that fuel warning that's just come up on the screen. I think he doesn't need to refuel at this stage. But I think we might be able to make the overtake work on the way into Griffin's Bend, perhaps. It's got to be the plan here. Good exit out of Hell Corner. As you can actually see the shadow of the car in front of the car in front, obscuring the racetrack. That's so cool to see that. But no look, not even a hint of a push there from Mehdi to try and make the overtake. And now he's got to wait, or at least wait for an error here. Unfortunately, though, if Gomez does make an error in the mountain, I don't think we'll have any ghosting in time, and I think Mehdi will run straight into him. So putting a lot of faith in the driver in front. In order to make that overtake, you've really got to earn it by living with the pace of the car in front there. Carefully. Shadow asking if Antonio pitted for damage. I didn't see damage, but he just seems to be pitting for new tyres and low fuel runs here while he's got the gap. Not interested in winning by 2 laps, I think. Let's watch this battle, but I'm being called on by Nick to have a look at the Truth Serum and Flexix as well. We'll check that out. But let's see as they come out of Forest Elbow. Surely now, this is as close as it gets for Mehdi.
GTR legs the top end once again.
Left or right? Left or right? He's gone right. That leaves the inside of the braking zone available, but did manage to get the car down into the chase neat and tidy. So a nice overtake from him. Let's have a look. Where is Flexix? He's in P10. And actually, I think he's just made the pass. Yeah, my apologies, but he wasn't courteous enough to wait until we'd seen an overtake earlier from Mehdi. They need to coordinate this, Jaeger. We've talked about this before.
Poor timing, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Truth ain't concrete, says Nick. Oh dear. Okay. Well, less said about that, the better for his sake, I think. Unfortunately, yeah. Let's see. Did he actually pick up damage? Well, it wasn't enough to pick up damage, but he's on the way into the pits anyway. Sector 7's Truth Serum here. No, he's not on his way into the pits. He's going to run round again. This is the Mikuga, Sector 7. Canadian, the Truth Serum on board. But Flexix will be just thinking about his best laps now, I think. The gap to Comrade over a lap. So perhaps out of reach at this stage. Back to Gomez and Mehdi, as Mehdi's opened the gap to 1.4 seconds. Gomez was extending the gap out to Comrade, I think, so I don't think he'll be too worried about dropping another place. But Kukis some 14.9 seconds further up the road from Mehdi himself, chasing down Brisbane. Looks like they are taking this quite nicely. Nicely in turns for us right now. You're the one coughing on me here, Jaeger.
It's infectious.
I would suggest you use the mute button, but I know it's easy to leave it on by accident.
It just came so quickly.
1.2 seconds then for Kukis. I'll join him on board. And no, don't get excited. It's just Sector 1. Following another car. But fastest lap lives with Antonio, 158.576. While we go through the mountain, let's have a look at Antonio. How is he doing at the moment? Well, he's running out of fuel, and he's got almost new soft tyres. So in for, I think, maybe stop 5, maybe stop 4, if anyone's keeping count. Oh, he's actually releasing a car behind to go through. The 764 down in 12th position. So, and he's not even going into the pits, Antonio. I'm confused at the moment, I have to say, as to what Antonio is up to. Didn't want the opportunity to use the clear track there. And now he's got that 764 car directly in front of him as he heads towards the mountain. He clearly moved aside to let him through, but he wants to make the overtake, does he? No. Low on fuel, he's got to get round. But taking the slip for the fastest lap is the suggestion, but didn't go for the overtake. I'd pay May perhaps slightly more accurate, but I'm not going to read that one out. How did you get past our YouTube moderators with that that comment there? Using and abusing the slipstream suggests, right? That was an odd one for me. As we've got Kukis then under a second behind Brisbane. May saying that's UK talk. Alright, fair enough. Here is Kukis.
Proper.
Whoa! Big sideways moment from the 20 in front of Kukis. Thankfully rescued it. And it does look like that 20 is out of shape and struggling to hold on here. I wonder if we've got tyre issues, have we? No, I'm trying to find an excuse. There's no damage. And tyres look actually reasonable. So I can't actually find a helpful excuse. We've got a disconnection.
On the final stint.
The Truth Serum has left.
Serum.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. The Truth Serum out of the race then. Perhaps it was eating the concrete, as was being suggested earlier on, that did it. but a disconnection in the final stint is a nightmare scenario. Here comes Kukis to pass Brisbane. 2 gleaming sets of headlights as we head into the chase. Job done for Kukis into P5 then. Almost washing out. See that so often with drivers when they make the overtake, they underestimate the grip available at the next corner. But through into 5th place goes Kukis. And Lucas is only 23 seconds up the road. So a mistake could open up the opportunity for Kukis here. Doesn't look like that's happening for Lucas at the moment. But nice sequence there from Kukis to make the pass. And then there were 12, it seems. Brisbane, fair to say, has been struggling in this final stint in comparison to the drivers around, but putting in consistent laps, most of the last 10 in the 201s. Yeah, lots of sad emojis coming in for the Truth Serum. Any hope you can give them of recompense there? Do they still earn some points, Jaeger?
Yeah, there's an updated calculation formula for a final lap disconnect, so they will still be classified. Not sure about the time loss.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure they will score some points for the championship and probably a top 10 also. Not sure where were they running?
I think they might have slipped out of the top 10 actually.
Yeah, maybe just outside then, yeah.
Sadly, but Antonio has just been in the pits again, and he's out, I'm assuming, on a new set of softs and very low fuel. He's just doing kind of 30% fuel runs here. Wow.
Still 2 minutes on that again.
Oh, this is crazy stuff. Mehdi, 1 second ahead of Comrade, 6.6 behind Gomez. Plenty still of the race to go. It's lap 34 of their 59. Into the pits comes Mehdi, the 45. That's damage front and back for Mehdi. That's significant. So I wonder if that's a spin, because to damage front and back, that's quite a challenge. But Comrade has damage on his front, and I'm wondering if those two issues are connected. Perhaps.
It's still okay. I think they can go to the end now. Probably. No? I'm not sure. They're a couple of laps down.
Yeah.
So maybe they just need to run 21 laps. That should be doable.
A little bit of lift and coast perhaps to get them through.
It's more about the tires, I think, not fuel again.
Well, I guess it depends how much fuel they put in on this stop, but yes,
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
you're absolutely
that
right.
is.
But soft tyres, the way to go for everybody, of course. Comrade on his final tour before heading into the pits. Mehdi back out of the pits once again, so has lost 38 seconds in that pit stop. As I say, not helped by the damage repair, I'm sure. But Comrade's turn in the pits will come, and presumably Mehdi will be able to undercut him on this lap. Although skating across the walls again, and that's not going to help. Last thing you want to do is pick up damage at the start of this final stint. Driving around this circuit is difficult enough in a perfect car. You start creating an asymmetry or a drop of balance front to rear. Very difficult. busy track ahead of Mehdi coming up. Might help with a little slipstream here or there. So I wonder if Conrad is... He hasn't gone into the pits. This is going to be an interesting lap here. Not a lot of fuel left on Conrad's car. But that gives Mehdi an extra lap worth of new tyres to make that undercut work. He will have calculated the fuel as best as he can. I'm sure the team are helping in his ears as well. And I'm just getting a little bit nervous here about Conrad making it around this lap on the fuel. So I'm going to stay with him. In case he does run out of fuel, then we'll know. Short shifting at the moment, and then presumably going to coast downhill. No, still stabbed the throttle through the dipper. That was was a real blast of gas heading downhill there. 70% throttle coming out of Forest Elbow, and then we're pinned against the bulkhead. I can only see maybe 2 pixels of fuel here. Damage front splitter and front right.
Don't want to see another car running out of fuel during that race. So fingers crossed for them.
I think he's going to make it. He's okay. No, he's on dead empty. It's just gone to complete empty, and he's made it to the pit lane. That was masterful. And he's overcut the pit lane entry, and he's hit the wall. Oh, that's there's so many tracks in Gran Turismo you can just bail straight in, but that is certainly going to hand advantage to Mehdi if he didn't already have a significant opportunity to do the overtake. That is going to completely undo a lot of the hard work to eke out that final lap.
Did I spot a penalty there as well?
Yeah.
I'm surprised to see a pit lane cut penalty as well on top of it.
P1 to P3 gaps have been asked for. I just want to monitor Mehdi as he comes through, because I think Conrad, he's past Conrad in the pits. I want to see if Conrad is going to get a penalty on his way out as well. He's got a 1 second already sitting there on the car. So absolutely. Let's go back to P3 then. This is Toto Wolff. His gap to the lead, 3 minutes and 12. So nothing to get too excited about, chat, I'm afraid. But if you were furiously monitoring that, Toto Wolff, 3 minutes 12 to our leader. Candyman, right in the middle of that, 1 minute 41 to the leader. In fact, Antonio has brought Candyman into the lead lap, would you believe, with all of his pitting craziness. I think that will be a very brief visit onto the lead lap here, because he's headed into the pit lane for fuel at the end of this one.
But yeah, Antonio is going for that fastest lap, and Hansa, no, it wasn't me.
No.
One Jaeger, come on, no. Can't put that on the comms.
It's all right. We were called worse earlier on, so from a very pleasant soul. But yeah, another one Jaegered. So what does being Jaegered mean? Surely not cursed.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so it is an official term if you perform the commentator's curse, and is in a special way. It's being called your Jaegered.
But no, Conrad made that mistake all on his own. We didn't. We didn't praise him. We didn't criticize him. That was all by himself. But yeah, he accrued a 4 second. Yeah. So he had a 1 second on the way in, and it either gave him 33 seconds afterwards, or he then crossed the line on the pit exit after that as well. But unfortunately, what was a very tight gap to Mehdi is now out to 18.9 seconds for Conrad in that P9 to P8. And now he's being given a blue flag on top of it all.
Okay, so just my sheer presence in the commentary booth is like, if something happens, it's my fault.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
I think we need to show a bit more appreciation for Jaeger, frankly. I think you know. I don't think we should be goading the person who's got his finger quite close to the stop button on the stream. So the last thing you want to do is to annoy the broadcaster. Frankly, you treat the broadcaster very, very gently and kindly. Who has been here all damn long day and is on a monthly basis this year for IRO. Works tirelessly, Jaeger. Keep us running. I'm sure it's all done in jest and in love. Over the top goes Mehdi, just dropping that gap on the hunt then for that 7th place. Gomez holds that right now. Gomez not really making many inroads here on Kukis's 22-second gap. Brisbane into the pits for the final time. Another driver who's made it into the pits on 0 fuel. So props to him. Into the pits we go and get blinded by his lights. I hope no one had turned their brightness up on their screen to enjoy, because that was a moment there as we change camera and have a look at the Raw Talent Racing's Brisbane.
I need to prepare some like graphics, like with something like beware flashing lights.
Yes, definitely. Hopefully we don't have any of our any viewers who are epileptic, because that could have triggered something. Lucas in P4 hits the wall again, and sparks fly fresh out of the pit lane onto an outlap here at the moment, and not treating the tyres or the car gently on that outlap. Front disc glowing beautifully. Hansa saying you know how much he loves you, Jaeger. I think
I know, we met in person. He's a good guy. we had a couple of beers and whatever together, so
nice. Lucas then, Ray blaming cold tyres for that one. Blinded by the Lights is a song request now as well.
Yeah. I see those.
That's going to be fun. With the roar at the start, yeah. In fact, we could use engine note for that sound, couldn't we? We've got Lucas running 23.3 seconds ahead of Kukis in 5th. Trying to get some hot laps on the board now. 2:01. I think Lucas has got into the 59s that one time, personal best. I imagine he'll be hoping to get there this lap as well. Check in on Antonio. Low fuel, new tyres, running fast once again. That was a fastest
Purple.
Second sector. And now Jaeger's getting excited in the second sector, so I know I should be being excited too. Let's ride with Antonio. This could be a new fastest lap. We join him on the straight, where it's not very exciting, but we hold our excitement as long as possible. As we head over the line now, it's a 1/10 of a second over the bar, so we're going for it. 2 braking zones to go.
Hold your breath.
Here for a good exit. There's just one more corner, Murray's, to go. Can we get into the 158 fours possibly here? A rumble over the strip and over the line.
5 would be enough.
It is a new one, and it's a 158.456, and I think that is our very fastest lap of the 12 hours so far.
Well done, you can stop now, Antonio. Don't have to pit every other lap.
Well, that was great timing to find him.
Yeah.
So,
see, I knew that excitement was for real.
Yeah, definitely. 158.456, confirmed by Nick in chat there. He has done it. Taking down P7 again, being told. Gomez? Yeah, here we go. Good catch. 0.3 of a second, Mehdi to Gomez. And you can see him.
Get that feeling that Finalized might be in this party chat with
Yeah.
his teammates. No, it's a thing or two.
It's got to be easy now. Surely we are super close here. Heels to the side, and it's crazy how long it takes to make the pass at this level. But there we go through. Before we get to the chase, Mehdi overcomes Gomez and gets himself into 7th place. Toto Wolff into the pits now on 2 litres of fuel. So that's a great overtake from Mehdi once again. He has definitely lifted the car, lifted the team at 45. Starting in P9 this stint, up to P7.
Even with that damage.
Even with the damage, yeah, exactly. Reigning champions down in 8th.
They were running P4 before that stint, or maybe P5. Had a good race so far. Now that final stint, a bit unlucky, I guess, for the team. And it looks like they will be losing the battle for the best BMW. Once again to RTR. They're in P6, I think. Yeah.
So Mehdi with some great pace out there. 4 consecutive laps in the 2 minutes. One of those was stuck behind the car. We had 3 consecutive laps there, 2-minute flat. That's a remarkable pace from Mehdi into his final stint, as is Toto Wolff, who's just been into the pits. I imagine now going on with a decent fuel stint for the first time here, Antonio, in about an hour, putting a good amount of fuel in the car. In fact, he's brimming the tank up to 100 litres. Antonio, I think, will finally now run a proper stint here and stop playing around with us. What is Antonio doing, says Ray?
What is he doing?
That is that too much fuel? I think it is too much fuel, right?
It's way too much.
Antonio going for a snack or something during the pit stop, I think, and just playing with it now. He's wow.
Sector 7 Racing team orders. What's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, that is certainly playing with your food at this point, I think. So much fuel. Wow. Now, yeah, he's got all the lap times. He's had all the tyres. Now he's just going to make sure he's used all the fuel. He's just completing the game.
Paid for everything, yeah. So
yeah,
why
that's right.
Waste it, yeah.
I think this is one of those kind of trophy runs for his PlayStation achievements. He's just can you use all the tyres, all the fuel, all the track, everything. Whatever anyone's having, Antonio wants one, please, and he's got it.
And for a beer. Oh, so very not French, drinking a beer. Okay.
Un verre de vin, surely.
Yeah. Or as Ishmael said, hold my baguette.
Honestly, I get slated for anti-francophone statements if I've made a statement like that. Still has to pit for hard and medium tyres, says Nuke. He should have gone for mediums, for putting a full tank of fuel. What's the point? Using the soft tyres.
Hard tyres, come on.
Yeah. At this point, I think putting on sports tyres would be the only way to stop the ascendancy here of Antonio and team.
See, teammate Sotterling still has to pit for racing cars and mediums, so here we go.
That's right. Lucas has got a blue flag car in front. A gap of 50.5 seconds to the podium. But remember that gap was 1 minute 20, I think, when he started this race. It was indeed 1 minute 20, and he's cut it down to 50.4 seconds. Lucas's stint here versus Toto Wolff's P3 has been electric. As Shadow says, DC's disconnections haven't been a friend of the day. I wouldn't be so brazen with this and so confident in your internet connection as to abuse the car and the rest of the field in this way. But just got to keep it interesting, I think. 1:31 at the start of the stint, says Jakey, correcting me from saying a minute 20. Well, I had a minute 17 when they exited the pits. So, Luke absolutely flying. Just making sure that I properly credit Lucas with an additional 10 seconds. Anything close happening? Mehdi's in between Brisbane, 6 seconds in front. Gomez 5 seconds behind. I do think that Mehdi can target P6 here, Jaeger.
It's possible, yep.
Last two laps in the 1:59s. Compare that to Brisbane's 2:01s. This is crazy.
The trend, definitely, yeah. Is there with D45 car.
I'm not sure quite what Evo's point is there in chat. It's a PS5 video game. Are you sort of saying about not not taking repeated pit stops and going off for a beer in between stints, maybe? Not quite sure. Jakey saying we were P7 at the start of the stint, 25 seconds behind P4. Okay. Mehdi catching Brisbane here at the moment. Running wide, Mehdi out of turn 1. Gap down to 3.1 seconds. The trend is on, and the chase is on as well. How's Flexix doing? Well, he has built a gap of 1 minute 43 to Simon, but definitely in a good place for this P10 here for Flexix. And a personal best right on cue as we head down towards the chase here for Flexix. He's had 3 laps in the 1:59s, the last 3 laps. The driver's really loving the conditions out there right now, Jaeger.
Yeah, pretty solid lap times there from some of the drivers.
Whoa! How about that coming through the final corner from Flexix? It didn't complete his personal best, but he was pushing hard.
Flexing.
Style points, plenty. Definitely get a couple of Webbo style points for that save as well. I like that one. Simon in 11th. We have Tank Bro in 12th place. Simon got a 1:59 last lap as well. Fresh tyres, fresh out of the pits. Tank Bro circulating 2 minutes 1, there or thereabouts. And Blue Racer also on fresh tyres at the moment, racing with controller for 40 laps around Bathurst. No mean feat at all. And again, another personal best as we cut to a driver, which is great. Let's give Blue Racer a little bit of screen time, I think, at the moment. Doesn't have anybody behind him to slow him down on this lap. Does have a couple of cars in front of him down Conrod Straight. Finalised saying, shouting, give us that P6 here. Yeah, Blue Racer, 0.6 of a second faster than his fastest so far. I think the cooler temperatures are helping the car to perform here at the moment, as we're into, of course, fairly dark conditions.
That is also a way to put it, the truth serum. I went to visit Washington, D.C.
Oh dear me, haven't heard that one before. That's good. As another driver on a personal best, fully drifting around the final corner there, as Antonio. Oh, look at these slow laps. 2 minutes and 5 from Antonio Oh dear, it's amazing how much slower he is on that full tank of fuel here, Jaeger, at the moment.
Embarrassing.
Very embarrassing for sure. Sector 7 Racing, he'll be getting the sack, I think. 158.456. We joke, of course. 158.456. I think he'll struggle to beat that now.
Yeah, he still has to use hards and the medium tires, so yeah.
We've got Bruce saying good morning from Australia, watching the legends racing around one of the best tracks in the world.
Yeah, nice to have you.
Fabulous, fabulous, yeah.
Can you confirm it is dark?
Yes. How dark is it in the Aussie morning out there? I think it gets light quite early, but I work with a lot of Aussies, and they tell me that the daylight to nighttime, sunset times, sunrise times don't really change very much in the way they do here in Europe, especially Northern Europe. And I know I've just triggered you a bit there, Jaeger, claiming to be in Europe. Sorry about that. But in the continental shelf of Europe, we flex by sometimes around 3 hours from our shortest days to our longest days. Nice and sunny at 9 a.m, says Bruce. It's about time to get that barbie going on a Sunday. Bruce. Candyman. In that second place comfortably, of course. Toto Wolff comfortably also in third place. 3 minutes and 15 off the lead of the all-conquering Antonio and Sector 7 Racing's top team. And crowd favourite Lucas here, circulating in that fourth place. It's now 47.4 seconds, the gap in front. Beautiful times there, deep into the stint for Lucas. Lap 40 through 46, all within, I think, 0.6 of a second of each other. Fantastic. Ray saying, "Fish are friends, not food." One of my favourite movies
from
there.
a movie. Huh?
Absolutely. I love it. Bruce the Shark. Hello. Brilliant stuff. Brisbane has been gapped by Mehdi. Mehdi don't think gonna catch Kukis by the end here. The fans are shouting for Brisbane to take that P6, but Mehdi took it off him, and I don't know if Brisbane has got the times in him to overcome. By the look of the trend of the last 4 or 5 laps, that gap is opening, not closing. But you never know. You never know. Mehdi could make a mistake.
They could try and go for the fastest lap. I don't know. Probably not in for the GTR here at Bathurst. But still, great run so far. 4:45 Nissan GTR last minute racing car. So what about the gap between Brisbane and Gomez? That is coming down between the two BMWs, just under 7 seconds I see, and I think I spotted Gomez with a bit quicker lap times on average. So 15 minutes to go. Is there a possibility for a battle between the Beamers?
We'll get an idea of just how far away those headlights are. Oh yeah, I could just see them. You're right. There they are in the background. I think that might be a clear 7 seconds. So I think on the road that looks to be, yeah, that is Gomez. He can't quite see the tail lights of Brisbane, but Brisbane, if he had incredibly good eyesight, will be able to see the headlights of the car behind catching. I want to know if it's weird for Bruce to see us racing in the dark in Bathurst while it's 9 a.m. in the morning. It's time. Is he getting a strange sense of time shift here? Personal best time from Brisbane. He's pushing. Good on him. This late into the race. That's good to see. Slim Jesus is cheering on Kukis in P5. Good result. It looks on the cards for the Finland drivers here, Jaeger, I think.
Yeah, last lap he gained some time, over 7 seconds, so looks like the positions are, I say it's set in stone. Don't quote me on that.
Yes. No. I think you should
Yes.
now say everything is set in stone and there will be no further
everything,
instance.
No more. Yeah. Stop it. Stop it.
Stop the count. It's GT Finland, who are currently 7th in the championship after one round, who are driving in P5 at the moment. So a nice shift for them. Quick look at Comrade, P9, and a Flex 6 won't be able to trouble him. A full lap down here.
We didn't see Simon that much during that stint, to be honest.
Well, let's have a look at him now then, because he's
Watching in P11 there,
following a car at the moment. I think he may have just released, I think that might be Candyman, racing at home, the Aussie. He's had an early start.
I mean, 59, so decent pace.
Yeah, very decent pace.
Well,
Those are 5 laps after his pit stop. He's been very good indeed. Just 1 second for me. Okay, Simon then. Here he is, P11. At the pace of some of the top guys at the moment. Just obviously having to start low down in the order, unfortunately, but putting in a good stint nonetheless.
yeah. I think top 3 with Antonio and Maddie with lap times there
Yeah.
on display.
Well, it's a shame they're all in the same team. But there you go. Simon then, P11, and getting a tow here. And a very boring purple sector in the first sector. Not exciting at all. In the dark, nonetheless. But certainly a hairy ride over the mountain here following the Chevy.
Feels like purple sector 1, you don't have to get excited. It's like when watching darts and you see like players go for 6 perfect darts, then you can like go a bit crazy and hope for that 9 darter to happen, but purple first sector, I don't know.
I think as soon as someone gets a treble 20 with their first dart, as that was interesting. That was a very interesting moment there for Simon.
Candyman.
As he comes across Candyman, and that was a purple second sector, so we can get excited for 2 reasons on this lap 47 right now. This was following Candyman, and Candyman losing the car out into the scenery and going through. Very nice moment for Simon there, although he doesn't get a slipstream going down Comrade Straight, which he was probably hoping for. In fact, how was Candyman got back through again?
Yeah, Corvette power. I don't know.
Yeah. So maybe it is going to help him. What can we do on the final sector? 2.1 seconds slower, unfortunately. He had a shot there at a fastest lap. And that is a shame.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll try again on this one. This is Simon.
It's a nice toe. Ideally, he has to get in front of
Yeah.
Corvette for the mountain. No, staying behind. So
Yeah. Tank Bro for Apex Hunter Racing, running in P12. He's had a lonely race, unfortunately. He will have seen plenty of cars in the lapping sequences, but unfortunately hasn't really had much to fight for here. Yeah, go a lap down and a lap up, essentially. Tank Bro.
it's the definition of no man's land.
Yeah, really is. And Blue Racer continuing to work the wheel with a controller. Very tired fingers and thumbs, I think, at the end of this.
Yeah.
Even more tired than
He also-
Jaeger's.
He also mentioned he was doing in between the stints here at Bathurst like 2 GT World Series races in the afternoon. So yeah,
That's some commitment on the controller as well.
on the controller.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Antonio, very, very slow, has allowed Candyman to get within 1 minute and 30 now. I don't know quite what's going on here, but Candyman wasn't having the most straightforward of laps on the previous one. We have just 7 to go for the leaders. And Candyman just slipping over track limits slightly. Not enough to pick up a penalty. Back to the midfield where all the action has been.
The Truth Serum disconnected Pezza for Sector 7.
Yeah, we've lost one driver through this stint, sadly.
Yeah. I think it's Mikugar, that 64 Lexus that we are missing.
Met this gap to Brisbane. Not that I'm rubbing it in for anyone who was saying the P6 battle is on, but it's now out to 8 seconds. Mehdi unable to really trouble, I think, Antonio's ultimate pace, but has had a fantastic stint here. Nuke stopping by for the last few laps. Greetings. As Mehdi following Kukis, who is settled in that 5th place. Kukis for GT Finland Racers. Good result for them. 2 places higher than they were in Daytona. And with a comfortable gap front and rear. So I think probably feeling quite good at the moment.
Yeah, up and down throughout this race. So I think they were running as high as P3, P4 at some point. Also down to P9, 10 after some mistakes, damage, and unlucky moments. So I think, yeah, they can be quite happy with P5 overall if it stays that way. According to our race timer, just under 6 minutes to go. I think we will probably be doing 1 extra lap just because we run to the end of lap 59 then for the race. But I think we're good with the time for a 12-hour race. So all good. Approaching definitely now the final stages.
Yeah, definitely. We've got Brisbane then. Circulating in P7. Be pleased with the P7, I imagine. Hasn't been putting in the stellar laps that the drivers in front of him has been, but it's still very respectable pace.
Ray says, I can't sing, Hansa. Yeah, so do I. No one stopped me.
No, so Ray is promising raps. She's going to rap in the 24 hours. And Hansa is asking her to sing opera, it seems. Gomez. 8 seconds in front of Gomez is Brisbane. And 18 seconds behind we have Comrade. Let's have a look at Flexis's pace. 59.1 from Flexix. That last lap. He's having a fantastic run out there. What could have been had he not had to start this race so low down. Car getting very lively there over the crest.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Affected by a grid stuck thing, so lost an entire stint. But you have P10. Better than last round at Daytona for the team. Some improvement.
Nothing to see out the side windows for Flexix.
Is it dark?
It's quite dark, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much only what your headlights will see. He is pushing so hard at the moment, but he got a personal best that previous lap of 1:59.1. I imagine he's taken the best out of the tyres here. Let's see, this lap. 2 minutes 0. And that 59.1 has seemingly been cancelled. So it might have been slightly optimistic for a moment there. Oh look, Simon's messing around with Candyman again. And gets unlaps himself once again.
Not going purple. So final 2 minutes now, or a bit more maybe. Now we check on the leaders, but on what lap they are.
Absolutely, yeah. Just want to see these two messing around and swapping places time after time. Antonio heading down currently Comrade Straight with, as you say,
driving a bit longer then, so just to enjoy it.
Lap 56 of 59 for Antonio. Now, if you hadn't made 47 pit stops, we might have got this race finished a little earlier. Just saying. It was on his shoulders to make up for that 15-minute delay, and he's added to it, I think. Antonio, 1 minute 29 ahead of Candyman. Crosses the line there with 2 to go, including the one they're on.
Incident report incoming from the broadcaster's team.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to turn the lights out at the 2-hour mark, at the 12-hour mark. So
exactly. Final minute of the stream now.
Yeah.
So, thank you all for watching.
Absolutely. He's had no consideration for us. He's busy drinking beer in his pit stop. If rumours are to be believed.
Well, I might have a better solution. I will just turn off the countdown timer. Then.
Yes, you're not going to do that trick of just adding 10 seconds every few and hope nobody notices.
No. We're caught in the loop. No?
Yeah. I one channel I worked for used to do that when they had like a stream starting soon timer and we were having a technical issue. They'd just keep they'd had this like bump button and just keep bumping the clock up. Couldn't possibly reveal who that channel was, but it always entertained me when we were doing that to people. Lap 57 for Candyman then. So Antonio will be approaching his final sector of his 57th lap. A little flash of the lights, and they trade positions once again. It's not doing either of them a huge amount of good in their lap times. but they're circulating at very similar times, obviously. Simon, I think that was P11, was it? Yes, so P11 running 2:01, 2-minute kind of mark, almost identical to P2's Candyman this late stage of the race. Thinking about getting the cars home now on the fuel. Now Simon only on lap 53 is the gap there. I just want to check out what the situation is with Blue Racer. Blue Racer, he's on lap 51 of 59 as Antonio begins his penultimate lap. So I think the zero will work for us here. We will finish okay.
Yeah. I still have prepared like a final lap overlay, so I want to do that.
Okay.
This looks better than zeros, just
Yeah.
that.
This is on board then with Antonio as he heads on to the Comrade Straight for the penultimate time. Yellow flag, tank crashed, briefly flashed up when with blue, apparently. Let's just check that out. So with blue, so Tank Bro having an accident. Yeah, damage front, both right side tyres and the rear. I think he's been for a little spin, Tank Bro, but it's not worth pitting now at all, as we want to make sure that we get onto this final lap when Jaeger
Final lap. Yeah.
comes to. Here comes Antonio then, our leader, onto the final lap.
Here we go. Also, the game shows final lap.
There you have it.
Everywhere now.
Confirmed. It is now confirmed to be the final lap for everybody. Yes, indeed. As Antonio, his gap to Candyman is stretched out to 1 minute 30 officially. Candyman still receiving blue flags for Simon in front. Just have a quick check through the field in case there's been any changes, but I think perhaps not. Luke getting that gap down to 43 from 1 minute 31 at the start of the stint. Tremendous work on the hunt for the podium. Sadly, it's only going to pay off for a 4th place, but I think that is still going to be a very well received 4th place. Kukis in 5th, Mehdi in 6th at the moment, then Brisbane in 7th, Gomez in 8th place, Conrad in 9th, and that's Conrad, I think, getting blue flags. Flexix had a slow lap that time out, a 2:13, may have been off circuit as was called out there earlier on in the chat, and Simon is side by side with with 2nd place Candyman at the moment. Tank Bro, very heavily damaged car, limping home here, and Blue Racer down in 13th. This then is the final trip down into the chase for Antonio. One more turn to go for the all-conquering, frankly, dominant Antonio as he goes through Murray's Corner for the final time. Antonio will take home the win for Sector 7 Racing and complete a lap just ahead of Blue Racer as well. So Blue Racer doing himself a little favour. But Antonio winning for Sector 7 Racing. Car number 5 takes the win by a country mile, if not more, maybe 2 country miles here. Tremendous stuff from him. And he's the first in the chat on the screen to say congratulations. I think he means to himself, but I think for everybody to finish, that was a very, very good, strong finish for everyone. Looks like Luke has been confirmed in 4th, Kukis confirmed in 5th place, as Candyman is going to go through and finish the race as well. But he's going to be in that 2nd place, racing at home here in Bathurst. I think he'll be very pleased with a 2nd place here. Relentless pace, says River Ruckus. throughout the field. Antonio has been incredible. A 1:58.456. Do not forget that time in this endurance race.
Nearly the triple crown for the Sector 7 esports team. So qualifying pole position goes to Smooth Racing 35 with none other than TRL Lightning Mikhail Zal, the greatest of all time, Gran Turismo. Took pole position, but then
Beautiful.
number 5 car during that race, victory and the fastest lap. Well done.
There we have Candyman and Toto Wolf have crossed the line. Looks like we are going through our races, and most have crossed the line now. Gomez 8th, Comrade 9th, Flexix 10th, Simon in 11th. I think the last driver to finish is going to be Tank Bro. Here he is to come across the line. In 12th place, we saw Blue Racer further lap himself at the end, and Tank Bro completing the run there. I will just do a quick show of the results, the official results, and then I think Jaeger and I will be disappearing unless you're staying for any further chat. Jaeger.
All good, all good.
All good. All good.
Ray also was like, finally it ends, so it's all good. Yeah.
It's over. We've done it.
Yeah.
We've got to the end. Congratulations to Sector 7, to Antonio, to Candyman and Toto Wolf. Special mention, of course, to Lucas as well. Congratulations to International Racing Organisation for running another fantastic endurance event. Thank you, Jaeger. Thank you guys for the invitation to join you as well. And a special mention, of course, goes out to all the live chat here who have kept us on our toes and entertained throughout. So thanks so much to everyone. Fantastic race. We'll be back again at the start of next month. But from us now, here in the comms box, from everybody at International Racing League, thanks for watching, and we will catch you on the next race day.
So I guess I have to say goodbye now. So just all right. The stream is about to end, so we go dark here. We go to a bit improvising to a calendar. The next round will be the 8 hours of the Red Bull Ring here, 4th and 5th of April. An easy piece of cake, 8 hours. That's just one stream as well. No multiple parts. Easy one, definitely to go with. And yeah, thank you all. Thank you all to my colleagues here in the commentary booth. We had GT45 Gaming, we had Lugi, we had, of course, DJ Prohawk and Wayne, of course, whoever here to finish the 12 hours here, and alongside with me, Jaeger, doing a bit of the work behind the scenes and also on the commentary. Hope you enjoyed that. Usual thanks for all your support, and hope to see you around for the next race next month. Bye bye.